Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us this evening. We are reconvening from our closed session, and what we have to report is, by a vote of 5-0, the City Council authorized and directed the City Attorney's Office to defend the case of Bell versus Hawley, City of Elk Grove, case number 34-2018-00237232, and Martin Bros Construction versus City of Elk Grove, case number 34-2018-00237916. That being the case, I would like to adjourn the special meeting of the City Council at 6:06 p.m. and call to order the regular City Council meeting of this City Council on Wednesday, August 22nd at 6:06 p.m. Mr. Clerk, if you could read the Metro replay schedule.
Thank you, Mayor. This meeting of the Elk Grove City Council will be replayed on Metro Cable Channel 14 on Friday, August 24th at 1 p.m. and Sunday, August 26th at 6 p.m. It is being closed captioned. It will be webcast at sacramentrocable.tv. City Council meeting videos are also archived on the city's website at elkgrovecity.org. For members of the audience who may have personal electronic devices, please place them on silent mode during the meeting. The Elk Grove City Council welcomes, appreciates, and encourages participation in the City Council meeting. City Council requests that you limit your presentation to 3 minutes per person so that all present will have time to participate. City Council reserves the right to reasonably limit the total time for public comment on any particular notice agenda item as it may deem necessary. If you wish to address the council during the meeting, please complete a speaker card. Those are the blue cards, which can be found at the back of the room and provided to the Deputy City Clerk prior to consideration of the agenda item. Thank you, Mayor.
Excellent. Next item, please.
For the roll call, Councilmember Wynn. Councilmember Detrick.
Here.
Councilmember Hume.
Here.
Vice Mayor Suen.
Here.
And Mayor Lee.
Here. And so following that, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. We have the privilege of having Troop 286 join us today. And since they're here, I'd like to request them to lead us in the pledge. And I understand that you want a photo opportunity with the City Council. Are you sure about that? All right. Come on up.
Will everybody please stand? Please face the American flag. Salute. Please repeat the Pledge of Allegiance. You may now be seated.
Okay, why don't the entire troop come on up and let's do the quick picture. All right? Members?
Wow. Big group of you. All right, tall guys in the back. You're not quite there yet, bud.
Thanks, Councilman. That's very considerate of you.
Trying to help you out.
Appreciate that.
Okay, we got everybody peeking through. Just a little bit more. All right, ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Couple more, sorry.
Right, at the beginning of every regular City Council meeting, the City Council would always have a moment of silence. I would like to invite the public to join us in a moment of silence, please. Thank you very much.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
to go along with that moment of silence, I'd like to think about all the people that went through the fires here in the state of California and
Yeah.
all the first responders, and it's pretty heartfelt to see what they all went through. And I know that we had a lot of local firefighters all the way up and down the state that responded on that. So thank you to all the first responders and our heart goes out to all those that have lost their home, lost their families, lost their animals, or even had to be evacuated.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Detrick. All right, next item is approval of agenda. I would like to request to move 10.1 up before a public hearing, and I would like to request 10.2 be continued since there's no urgency for the appointments tonight. That being the case, yeah, I have
Mayor, just to jump in, that was 10.7 for the Historic Preservation Committee appointment.
That is correct, to be continued. And I have to run off and catch a plane tonight. I really want to hear 10.1. So members, if it's okay with you, I'd like to push that forward.
I'm sorry, so are we continuing 10.2 or 10.7?
10.7, I'm sorry,
10.7,
and then hearing 10.1 before the public hearing. All right?
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Got a motion second, all in favor? Aye. Opposed, abstention? All right, next item.
There are no items under Section 3 of the closed session, which will take us to Section 4, our presentations and announcements, starting with item 4.1, which is a proclamation recognizing September 2018 as Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. And if I could invite Raleigh Swingle to approach the speaker podium.
Good to see you again, sir.
I'm back.
You are. Every year, you are a living testament to the importance of regular screening and early action. And I just, as I've said before in the past, and will say every time I get an opportunity to present this proclamation, it's near and dear to my heart because I lost my father-in-law to prostate cancer. And he fought it valiantly, but every year that you come back, you're a testament to the fact that it is not a terminal disease if you take the appropriate steps. And so we want to just declare September 2018 as Prostate Cancer Awareness Month and say that whereas prostate cancer is the most frequently diagnosed cancer in men aside from skin cancer and is estimated 1 in 9 men will develop this disease in their lifetime. And I'm going to jump down here to whereas treatment options for prostate cancer vary depending on age, stage, and grade of cancer, as well as effects on other existing medical conditions. The American Cancer Society recommends that men should have an opportunity to make an informed decision about whether to be tested for prostate cancer based on their personal values and preferences. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Elk Grove hereby proclaims September 2018 as Prostate Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Elk Grove and asks the community to increase awareness about the importance for men to make an informed decision, which means they have to know what they're deciding about, which means getting tested early and often with their healthcare provider about early detection for testing for prostate cancer. And so present this to you as a survivor, and if you'd like to say a couple words and explain to the folks.
I'll keep it to the 3 minutes, maybe. Nice to see you again, and it's very comforting for me that I'm back again. So, my name is Raleigh Swingle. I am a cancer survivor, and I am a resident of Elk Grove Heritage. You've been there. And Pat gave a pretty good summary of what goes on with prostate cancer. There's the American Cancer Society this year predicts there will be over 169,000 new prostate cancer patients, and there will be about 15,000 in California. There will be almost 30,000 deaths from prostate cancer, and in California about 3,500. Lung cancer, prostate cancer, they're leading the causes of death within men, American men. I am a prostate cancer survivor, and I think it's important to keep reminding everybody of my particular situation. I was diagnosed in January of 2004 with stage 4 metastatic prostate cancer. It had already spread to my spine, my ribs, and my pelvis. I was told that if I chose not to take any treatments, I might have 18 months to live. But I was given the opportunity at the UC Davis Cancer Center to get involved with clinical trials, research, standard of treatments, and 14 and a half years later, I'm still here. So the importance is to get proper care, but for goodness sakes, if you're 50 years old, when you go see your doctor, ask for the PSA test. He knows what it is. It's nothing more than a blood test. Doesn't hurt. It's not expensive. But if you're 50 years old or older, just do it. Because the sooner that you are diagnosed with prostate cancer, the better your results will be. And it is proven that if you catch it at an early stage right now with what's going on, about 100% cure. So I'm here for that reason. I thank you so much for this proclamation, and it's been my 3rd year, I think, and I fully intend on being here next year. So thank you. If you have any questions, I mean, I got lots of information inside me if you got any kind of a question at all.
Raleigh, I have 2 questions.
Yes.
One is, you said 50, but how often after 50 should you have?
Every year when you go in for your medical, it's just a blood test. You know, it is not all defining that if you have a high PSA that you've got cancer, but it is a warning that if it gets over a certain level, and usually they say 4.0, then maybe you should start being concerned about it a little bit. But every year, I mean, how much does it hurt to give a vial of blood, you know?
Then my second question is, are you sporting Green Bay colors on there?
Proudly.
Say Cheesehead.
You are?
Well, I played my coach for Green Bay, and we used that when I played ball. We ran the Green Bay Packer offense.
Okay, wow. And I used to live in Green Bay, and I'm a proud owner. So, is that maybe a little bit more than what you needed to know, but I am a stockholder in the Green Bay Packers.
Nice.
So, yeah. I like those questions. You got any more for me?
Raleigh, I have one question for you. So you mentioned the PSA, but is there any other tests that you can use to
There are some out there, but they're not as reliable.
yeah.
You know, there is a urine test, but you're not going to find very many places that are going to use it yet, because the PSA is just, it's so simple, and everybody will let you get it. I mean, if you get a doctor that said, no, you don't need it, well, you know, find another doctor, you know, so.
Yeah. I have some friends who've been afflicted with that recently, and they talk about now getting screened even below 50.
Oh, yes. If you have in your family, it definitely 40. Start when you're 40. But usually if it's not a history in your family, 50 is a good age to start. It doesn't hurt to ask any age to have it done, but 50 is what they usually recommend.
It's good to see you, Raleigh.
It's good to be able to be seen. Okay? Thank you so much for the proclamation. And like I said, I fully intend on being here next year.
We look forward to seeing you.
We
Yeah,
want to
thank
see
you.
you, yeah.
Appreciate
Go
it.
Packers.
All right. All right, next item, please.
Take us to item 4.2, a presentation by Paratransit Inc. on moving youth to jobs.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Mike Costa, Transit System Manager. It's my pleasure to introduce Tiffany Fink, CEO of Paratransit Inc., who's going to be giving a presentation at the request of Councilmember Nguyen and the rest of the council regarding the Moving Youth to Jobs program, which we're actually very excited to be a part of here at the City of Elk Grove and assisting with some of that effort. So I think it will be a very good benefit to Elk Grove Unified School District students. So with that, Tiffany.
Tiffany, welcome back, and it's good to see you.
Thank you. It's nice to be here. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. So tonight I'm here to talk to you about a project called Workforce Transportation, Youth and Young Adults, but we like to call it Moving Youth to Jobs. So a little bit of background. Paratransit was founded in 1978, so we're officially 40. We're a local public agency organized as a nonprofit, and we're dedicated to providing door-to-door or curb-to-curb transportation services. In addition, we're the mobility management service for the SACOG region. Now, this is important because historically, when you've thought of paratransit, you've thought of senior and disabled, which is our core service. However, we are the mobility management, which means how do we increase mobility for anyone at any age within the region, and that's where this project comes in. Our program will have interns who take part of the North State Building Industry Foundation skilled trade internships in Elk Grove Unified, Sac City Unified, and others to have access to the services we provide. And in this case, it's not us providing them traditional ADA service, it's the other suite of services we do. Our goal overall is that transportation will no longer be a barrier to employment. And this is important because one of the things we've seen is an increase in the outreach to employ youth. They're important to the economic development of all the cities in the region. There's been a marked effort, both here at the city with Summer at City Hall and other programs to get youth exposed to jobs. And while the jobs are occurring, the number one thing we're hearing from employers is that transportation is keeping them from keeping the jobs and is turning them away from even seeking jobs. Some of you have probably heard about Civic Lab. Civic Lab was started by SACOG, or the Sacramento Area Council of Governments, and other local and partner agencies to work together to foster and promote smart mobility. It was innovative in that it took public, private, nonprofit, for-profit, put us all in a room and said, what can we do when we work together? Our team has been formed to develop a set of scalable solutions that can be applied in a variety of circumstances, starting in this pilot program here in Elk Grove, but ultimately our goal is to deploy it across the 6-county SACOG region. We're going to be looking to mitigate risks or barriers associated with transportation. This might be travel training. This could be providing direct transportation. Our goal at the end of the day is transportation literacy. We found that if we give you the literacy as a student, that will keep with you the rest of your life. We're not teaching you to ride the bus once. We're teaching you how to move through this community for the rest of your life. We also know that the younger generation is abandoning their cars at a faster rate than any generation since post-war. If we can get them on the bus early, they will stay on the bus and keep out of their cars at rates we've never seen. So the current transportation programs aren't meeting the needs of youth and community members. That doesn't mean there aren't good routes, but getting them there, coordinating them, and teaching them are absent both in the school process and in the transportation process. Limitations to mobility options create these barriers to employment, and they're hurting and stymieing growth for youth and community. Our goal is to create a transportation solution that will meet the needs of youth aged 16 to 18 and 18 to 24. And the reason that's broken out is kind of think pre-TNC eligible or Lyft or Uber and after, because under 18, those ride-sharing options aren't available. There are also additional issues for transporting students if they're in any way affiliated with the school event. We're also looking to do this through things such as app development and other technologies. So paratransit kind of created travel training. If you look across the country, many of the models are actually created off what happened here in Sacramento, and we're pretty darn proud of that. This program was initiated to help students and young adults navigate fixed route bus and light rail systems, and here in Elk Grove, we're working closely with eTrans staff to figure out how to get more students on the routes, not just for school, but all the time. We have expert trainers who will provide one-on-one training and ride-alongs with individuals on bus routes and light rail systems to foster this travel. That can be from taking a group of students once from an origin to a destination, teaching them how to read a map, going to a career night, to students who truly need one-on-one multiple repeat travel. That's all available, and it's free to the youth, and that's really important. It's paid for by grant funding, so there's no cost to someone seeking this service. Our goal is to, within 1 year, see an increase in the ridership for the city of Elk Grove and the city of Sacramento on bus route and light rail. We both know that light ridership is down across the country on transit. So this not only solves the issue of employment and economic development, it starts to rebuild ridership on all of our services. The other option we looked at is van pooling, and in this case, we're not talking about traditional employer-based van pool, but one of the largest challenges faced by the BIA in particular is that a lot of these jobs that are offered are outside of the urbanized area. They're in new home developments where the infrastructure doesn't warrant a bus route or other infrastructure at this time. So we'll be working with them using vehicles maintained through us through very much of a familiar process. We currently work with Elk Grove Adult Community Training and other programs to partner and provide vehicles and service. In this case, we would potentially operate a vehicle that would transport groups of students from end of connection to the site. Our goal would be if you can get there by a bus, we are going to take you as far as possible on the bus, and then we'll be the last mile gap. We want to still teach you how to get on fixed route or light rail every chance we can. We're going to have several stakeholders who have been interested in donating vehicles to us. We're also actually starting to get interest in them donating passenger vehicles that can be made available. And then for that fee, we'll be working with the employers to provide the service. On this, though, it's important to note, this isn't intended to be a long-term subsidy program. It's an education program. So while the travel training is free, or in some of these services, the initial cost will be covered by the grants or the employers, over time, that cost will be transferred to the student as part of an education on how to budget what it costs to get to school, to budget what it costs to get out, so that as they're developing their long-term budgets and needs, they can properly account for the costs for transportation in their everyday lives. So currently, left in development, we're looking on application resource searches, and we're working through both the BIA and the school districts to directly reach out to students. We're working with Uber and Lyft. There are services available to us where we can group book in advance that aren't all available to the public, where we can help an employer solve these solutions. Driver's license training is an issue that's coming up. It's coming out of the schools, so we're looking at other ways to bring back large-scale driver's training behind the wheel and instruction to help people get their license if that is an option. We're offering access transportations and coordinating solutions. The return on investment at the end of the day is going to be increased employment for youth, encouraged independent travel, improved community resource, and economic growth and sustainability, which is always at the top of everyone's thing. And our goal at the end of the day is to keep doing the right thing, which has been our motto for a really long time. And we want to do that in every way we can, and this program meets that. So for milestones, right now, we're working on the marketing plan and logo development branding, and I'm excited to announce that that plan will include an outreach to schools within Elk Grove Unified and Sac City, where we will actually be reaching out to the art institutes within the campuses, working with students there to generate logos, which then the youth will vote on, and the logo for this program will be picked from youth-developed art by students. So we're very excited about that. In addition, we have an intern we brought on through the city's program this summer who's continuing on as an employee, and they will be working with this program as a youth ambassador. They're a student at Laguna High School, and so that was part of the intentional outreach to bringing a student on. Is the best way to talk about the program is to show them what we do so they can go out, tell all their friends why they need to learn to do this. We're going to be working to provide direct agreements where there's no service available, and our initial is currently developing with Elk Grove Unified. We'll provide transportation where there's a gap, the travel training, and eventually roll out the app, and that'll be over the next year, year and a half. The initial milestones here are based off a grant award from STA. We've also applied for additional funding to take it beyond Sacramento. Just to give you a little idea, this is to finish up, this is our organizational chart. So you'll see Rick Larkey, who's the head of North State Building Industries Foundation, Eric Johnson from SACOG, and myself, and we lead the team that'll put together. And at the end of the day, if you look at all of those boxes, at the end of the day, we will help youth in this community have access to all of those things where there's none today. So, are there any questions?
Questions? Vice Mayor.
Thank you so very much. We look
Tiffany.
forward to working with you.
Yeah, thanks, Tiffany, for coming. No questions, but I just really appreciate this mission and the effort you're putting forth. So can't wait to see everything in motion.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Councilmember
Tiff.
Nguyen.
Yep, so I wanted to say thank you also, Tiffany. Councilmember Pat Hume and I serve on the Paratransit Board, and one of the reasons why I wanted her to come here to present is because we have a lot of young people that are here, and she's absolutely right. You know, when I was 16, I was in line at DMV to get my driver's license. Nowadays, youth are not that way. They're relying on other areas, friends, parents, and when I put youth to work, that is one of the areas which is always a struggle, is that they don't drive, and if they don't drive, there isn't anywhere that they have access to public transportation. So I see a couple of things here. One is that it is teaching them that they need to either, one, learn how to get access to transportation or start driving themselves, but two, it gets them an early start into a career or workforce development. Tiffany, I had one question. I think you said it serves 16 to 18 and then 18 to 24. I know federal guidelines state that anybody 24 or younger is considered youth. So I missed it by 1 year, right, as a youth. Joke, I'm not 25. But I was wondering, how will you reach out to the 18 to 24-year-olds? Because they're not going to be in any of the Elk Grove Unified School District.
So in addition, and one of the things I should note is, while we've talked a lot about bus, one of the programs that Paratransit's been working with the board about doing is actually expanding travel training. It's no longer about bus or light rail. There are a lot of other things. There's scooter share coming, there's bike share. We need to teach people how to access all of them, because you'd be surprised how many people do not know where to start with how to get a jump bike. And I live in Sacramento, and they're everywhere, but people look at them and think they're great. So our goal is, we can teach you how to use it, we want to. So for the older students, we've actually put in a grant, and we're pursuing other funds to do a bunch of pop-up events where we would actually go to sites such as Consumnes or other locations and pop up a facility where we can do hands-on travel training on the spot, where we'll have things like a jump bike or a fare box where we can teach them quickly how to read a fare, how to calculate, to do that, to engage them directly at the site. And then working with SETA, we are also reaching out to the above 18 group through their outreach on where they're placing, where they're seeing needs to refer them back. The beauty of the program is at the end of the day, while it's starting with referrals, our hope is that through the app, it will become available where you can naturally find it if you have a curiosity, and you can be referred so that you don't have to come through a program, and that's the number one thing. Tell a friend they don't have to be affiliated with the Workforce Development Group. If they have an interest and they want to learn to ride, we want to teach them.
Great, thank you.
Excellent. Great. Any other questions? No. Thank you. All right, next presenter.
Take us to item 4.3, the Arts Commission Annual Update to the Council.
Good evening, Mayor Lee, Vice Mayor Suen, members of the council. I'm Nathan Bagwell. I serve as your Senior Management and Budget Analyst in the Finance Department. I have the added pleasure of serving as the staff liaison for the Arts Commission here in the city. And tonight we are bringing our annual update before the council. I would like to recognize our art commissioners, some of whom are in attendance this evening. Nan Mahan is with us. She is the chair of the commission. Ms. Cheryl Grice is our vice chair. Leslie Sandifer is one of our commissioners, as is, I don't believe they're present this evening, Mrs. Liz Irons and Sally Guttridge. So without further ado, I shall invite Mrs. Nan Mahan up for the annual update for the Arts Commission.
Hi, Nan.
Way down here. So good evening, Mayor Lee, Vice Mayor Suen, and members of the council. As Nathan just told you, my name is Nan Mahan, and I am the chairperson of the city's Arts Commission. And it's my pleasure to come up here tonight and bring you an update of what we've been doing. We've had a pretty wonderful year, and we're pretty proud of what we've done and what we are planning on doing. We've had a busy and exciting year, and probably the event that we are most proud of is our Lullaby Broadway production theater review that we did in March. We were pleased to have been joined at that production with Councilman Detrick, and we want to thank Mayor Lee for coming and doing the introductions. We appreciated that, sir.
Absolutely.
I guess I better do this. The Masters of Ceremony at our production was Mr. Peter Petty, who is a very well-known artist in the musical community in Sacramento. We also had performers, as you can see on the screen, Sammy Nan, who did a wonderful job of recreating Broadway. Let me go backwards. Okay. We had a jazz singer, Beth Duncan, and we had our local blues musician, Gary Mendoza. Well, I keep going backwards here. Our very own commissioner and Elk Grovite, Leslie Sandifer, Thomas Truitt, a well-known operatic singer, Todd Morgan, who everybody loved, and the very popular Melody Owens were our performers. we got stellar reviews on the show, and we're very proud of the success. And there's our performers there. We have an exciting agenda coming up in the next year. What we're working on is we'd like to do an awards ceremony. What we'd like to do is the commission would like to name top contributors to the arts in the Elk Grove area, and we have stringent guidelines for that, and we will be looking at our nominations for that, and when we've got it finalized, we'd like to have an awards program, and we'll keep you informed on that. We'll be at some point this year doing our civic art unveiling, which we've been working on for about a year now. The animal shelter RFO and collaboration is ongoing. And in March, we hope to do another musical event. This one, we want to do a reminiscing of the 1950s rock and roll era. So we're looking at performers who can do that right now. I'm writing an outline for the show that I've been sharing with Peter Petty, who has agreed to sign on with us again. In the spring, when our Civic Center is completed, we'd like to hold a book fair. I'd like to hold we'd like to hold a large book fair. Every major city has a book fair, even Manteca. And so we'd like to have our city have one equal to that. And then, of course, we want to continue with our utility box beautification program, and we're looking at some places that we can do that. We want to say thank you to the City Council for giving us the opportunity to do these things for the city. It is our pleasure to be able to do this. We'd like to say thank you to the city staff, who we couldn't do it without, of course. They worked very hard to make this a success. Nathan and the other staff members who worked with him to do that. So I could take any questions that you have.
Are there any questions? Vice Mayor? No?
No, just a comment. You know, Nan, you guys do a great job. You know, the play that you mentioned was, I had no idea what to expect. I was blown away. The talent that was there in the packed house, and it was a great setting. The Sungrove Church has done a phenomenal job refurbishing that facility, making it quite attractive for those kind of events. And really thank you for all that you did on that, as well as everything else that you're doing.
Yeah, I'd like to say again that at least 3 of the performers are professional performers from Elk Grove. We tried to use local talent where we could, but and we'll continue to do that. But of course, these are all professional performers with large portfolios for them. Yeah.
Nan, I just want to thank you and the entire commission for all the work that you continue to do, partnering with us to promote the arts. So keep it up, and we'll keep supporting you. Thank you so much.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. The only thing I'd like to add is the show was terrific, and I'm glad that Peter's coming back because he is completely talented and also very funny. I was pleasantly surprised as to the ensemble that came together that evening, and I'm looking forward to the future.
Thank you. We hope to do at least as good, if not a better job again this year, next March.
Terrific. All right. Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Appreciate it. All right, next item.
Take us to section 5, general public comment.
Okay, we have a number of speaker. First speaker up to bat is Jim Kelly. Following Jim is Randy Becker.
Mr. Mayor, City Council persons. There's a 17th century saying that went something like, what's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. We've translated that into what's good for the goose and what's good is good for the gander. In its original use, it applied to one person in a marriage cheating, so therefore it was okay for the other person in the marriage to cheat. Today, it's kind of more like what's fair for one is fair for everybody, and we keep the rules pretty much consistent. I'm here tonight to discuss an old topic with a new twist. The old topic is the city's imposition of inconsistent building restrictions throughout the city, many in the form of light and air easements, but with the understanding that your city code controls what can be done on light and air easements. The new twist is your revitalization plan for Old Elk Grove, Chapter 2. As most of you know, I voiced my frustrations about the inconsistent imposition of building restrictions on properties within the boundaries of Elk Grove some time ago. Tonight, I'm here to address the building setbacks imposed along the Union Pacific Railroad tracks that run through Old Elk Grove, the very place that you folks have your new revitalization plan planned for. It seems like we're going to spend about $5.8 million to revitalize Elk Grove, and I'm not sure that anybody has actually looked at what you're going to be doing. It seems that the new project will include restaurants, parking, mixed-use developments, which will include residences. The ugly truth is that you will have to abandon a long-standing policy, albeit unwritten, of restricting building in the very area where the revitalization of Old Elk Grove Chapter 2 will happen. In order to meet the goals of the plan as I've seen it, you will have to ignore your long-standing policy that building next to railroad tracks is unsafe. In your effort to revitalize Old Elk Grove, you will have to trade public safety for more wasteful spending on a white elephant. That is, of course, because you as a city council have never required your Development Services Department, under Darren Wilson's direction, to articulate in writing why we have the building restrictions that we have in conjunction with light and air easements, in conjunction with railroad tracks. Currently, there are at least 5 residential developments along the Union Pacific Railroad tracks that run through Elk Grove, starting at the intersection of Elk Grove Florin and Sheldon and extending to Elk Grove Boulevard, and they all have light and air easements. All of these properties have code imposed building setbacks from the center line of the Union Pacific's railroad tracks out between 125 and 175 feet. As I indicated, these setbacks are imposed on builders for reasons of public safety. Unlike what's being proposed in the Old Elk Grove, the property owners cannot use large portions of their lots, some as much as 50%. The setback, so back to the saying, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. My question is, how will you explain to your constituents why revitalization efforts of Old Elk Grove will be treated so much differently than how you've treated residential properties along the railroad track? I've given each of you a photograph of the railroad track and Old Elk Grove and the 150-foot line from the center line of the Eastern Railroad track. I'm curious how you're going to build anything in there with a straight face. How is it that my neighbors and myself can't build on our lots, but you're willing to let Old Elk Grove Vitalization build on similar property with residences and with large groups of people? My real question is, why don't you go back and force your building folks to articulate why you have the setbacks you have.
You can wrap it up, please, Jim.
Thank you. You have a good evening.
Next speaker is Randy Becker. Following Randy Becker is Norm DeYoung.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. I normally don't come early and speak like this, but I wanted to take the time to publicly thank the Chief, Elk Grove Police Department, CSD Fire, the citizens of Elk Grove that were involved in the lip sync contest or showing our appreciation not only to our police department, but also our city. It is exactly what we needed. And when I say that, I mean it captivates what Elk Grove is truly about, a sense of community. It's not always you against me or us against them. It showed the community as you put forth. And as I spent time this last winter attending the Citizens Academy, I truly met citizens that cared, that are from our police department. And I want to thank you publicly, Chief, and your department, because it's not just your department, but it's our department. And those at times that want to throw things at different directions, it's just not your department, it's our department. And I deeply appreciate every one of you that served to protect us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. Following Randy. Norm DeYoung. Come on down, Norm. Following Norm is Deborah Baird.
We have good news, too. We like to thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. The Elk Grove Western Festival had a very successful event, a very safe event, and a very good community response to it. We raised money for the schools, which we started 61 years ago. We give the schools back a percentage and give them a discount for all the amusement rides that they can ride. Very successful. Friday night turned out to be a real winner with the help of the police department, the chief, and everybody. We went through about 3 months of intense communications. We went to a couple of conventions where we analyzed other events throughout the United States. And we came up with a plan that was very, very successful, very, very safe. And we raised money for 19 different community organizations, give them free community space at the event where they raised money, along with the Lions and them with their beer sales. The Elk Grove Auto Mall gave away a car to a deserving student, which was a lot of fun to watch. And at that event, we had the Teen Idol participants from the local Teen Idol people that put on their event, and they showed there at the car giveaway. 3 days of Western Idol from the community, people here in the community, and their Western theme, and Sunday with a wrap-up, very successful. The local entertainment, we had 3 stages of local entertainment that entertained the people. We had crafters, about 100 crafters there at the deal with food and different foods there. And of course, as you all watch the Carnival Eats, we had some of that junk there too. And then we had some good food. We had the barbecue contest now, the 5th year. The Western Kansas City Barbecue is a sanctioned event with points going throughout the nation. The winners won there, and the one that won it was on a Weber. They had some $100,000 rigs there, but the Weber won the contest, the overall barbecue contest. Next year, we had the chili cook-off, and they lost their funding But understand that people that promote the Elk Grove Auto Mall has bought the Chili Cook-Off nation-sanctioned event, and they're going to be with us this next year. And we hope that we can have a chili and barbecue tasting event where you can buy a ticket in advance and participate in enjoying the food. Okay, I'll wrap it up. The art show, Ms. Geis is our secretary, and many years ago she started the art show. It was very successful. Showed all the posters, had 48 posters from the kids from throughout the school district who did posters and entered our poster contest. And there they had a little entertainment, a little wine tasting, a 200-car show, and of course the parade. And now the parade is sort of a little issue here. We started off and a grant was given to us for $10,000 to put the parade on. It was reduced down to $8,000, and this year it was reduced down to $5,000. So we're a little short there. We're about $5,000 short on our parade. So we'd like to entertain a grant for $10,000 for the next parade again. The Elk Grove City is the sole sponsor of our parade. And we have for you tonight a plaque that we'd like to present. Thank you.
Your Honor, would you join us here?
Actually, let's have the whole entire city council come on down. Is that okay?
Okay.
Perfect.
All right.
Thank you.
Y'all. Here, let me hold that. You hold this. You get those guys. You know you're supposed to start smiling.
Okay, ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. Your Honor, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is Deborah Baird, and following Deborah is Lynn Wheat.
Good evening. I am asking you to please do not overlook these serious concerns about the SPA Old Towns amendment that's coming to your desk soon. First, specific bar licenses only should be added to the new developments with the CUP. Second, relaxing the parking should be done to all existing buildings with and not to the new development. 3, I'm asking the city to be part of the growth in Old Town and to add much-needed low-cost streetlights for the safety of these areas with the increase of traffic that should be expected. 4, allow more flexibility to the non-conforming uses to promote the healthy turnover that is needed in Old Town as well. Safety for this area was not really taken into account with this amendment. The Old Town is not a planned development and lacks the infrastructure for one of the major issues is the low lights in the alleys and streets of the narrow alleys. These alleys are very dangerous, not just for residents, but also for the patrons who will most likely be parking in the back and walking through. I have repeatedly inquired about adding lights to the SMUD poles that do not have any lights on them. This is a low-cost solution for safety of our city. The proposed parking is only being relaxed for bars. There are many commercial sites that have less than adequate parking for a variety of other qualified businesses. By opening up to just bars, you are luring in bars to be opened up throughout Old Town, since that is what the amendment is calling out as a solution for inadequate parking, which is everyone in Old Town. The parking amendment should be extended to all and not just bars. This should not be extended to the new development. They can develop and help our parking, and they should be required to provide the parking for their buildings and not add to the issue. At this point, adding the liquor license should be limited to the areas being developed where they can put in the infrastructure needed for their businesses. If not, possible negative effects can happen to the neighborhood and will create more work for you, because there will be times where the CUPs will be requested and will have to be addressed, and denying a license will be more difficult. There will be the why not me if they did. Then there comes what must be discrimination, then lawsuits, and then it will become you will be scrutinized, which can be avoided by just putting the limits in now. And in 2 years, when they redo it, if adjustments can be done then, let's do it then. The turnover is needed, and change is healthy. To avoid deferred maintenance and grandfathering of the grandfathered non-conforming uses in Old Town SPA, why not simply allow existing non-conforming uses to be transferred to more suitable properties that are being revitalized into the SPA area and move them to a CUP instead of the non-existing or the non-conforming uses. This would promote the healthy turnover that we really need in Old Town without affecting the existing restrictions. This should not exclude them from exemptions, but be better. I already said that part. So this amendment with these changes and these concerns addressed will help maintain the integrity of our Old Town area and promote the thriving business that we need there, and minimize the effect on the residents that are so closely networked with the dense population there. So I thank you for listening to my concerns, and I hope you consider this when it comes to your table. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Deborah, can you make sure staff has a copy of your list, or have you emailed that already?
I did email, but I've changed it a little bit, but I also condensed it. I had a hard time getting it to, and I thank you, Mayor Lee, for advising me to write it down.
That's really helpful. Actually, you know what you can do? If you can hand it over to the city clerk, he'll make
This?
sure we all have copies.
Even
of it.
with all my scratches?
It is part of the record.
Because I can rewrite it.
You know, that's fine as well. Just make sure you get to Jason.
Who's Jason?
That's the handsome man over here to the right. All right, next speaker is Lynn Wee. After Lynn is Marsha Gill.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Tonight I brought coffee for you, Council Member Hume. Last meeting when I spoke, I saw you were yawning, and I figured you were pretty tired because I know as council members you work very hard. So I wanted to offer this to you. Now, it may not be as hot as it originally was because I got stuck in traffic, but I'll give this to our city clerk, and I'm sure that this will help keep you awake for the remainder of the meeting.
I hope you have enough for all of us.
I did just want to jump in.
You
Ms. Wheat
begin-
also submitted an image. It's just one image, I believe, that she wanted to pull up, but she did submit it in accordance with our policy, which was to receive it within 24 hours in advance. I think she has access to it up there. Let me make sure I switch over.
Terrific.
Hold on. Come on, fingers.
Lynn, did you bring cream and sugar too?
I added it for him to sweeten them up.
Take it black.
Well, not tonight. Is it getting? Okay, I got it. In May, at the LAFCO meeting, when one of our SOIs was being approved, I brought up that really we don't need to grow outward, that we need to consider some other things. And I presented that evening pictures, a slide presentation to LAFCO to show them what's going on within our urban service boundaries. And one of those slides that I presented that night was from the Capitol Nursery project. And if you notice, there's razor wire there. So though I'm not often heard, I think that this picture made a statement because I've gone back to that area, and thankfully that razor wire is no longer present. But this brings me to the point of, do we really need to be looking at going outward when we have so much available within our current city boundaries? You're choosing to spend a great deal of our taxpayer monies, as well as some developers, to try to grab that 8,000 acres again, even though it might be one chunk at a time. And as we've heard earlier, we don't have the funds to get our transportation systems out there, so we're looking for other avenues to try to get transportation out to the new homes. The last meeting that I attended, I also brought up the Amgen tour, and I commented that I appreciated that the tour came through our town, but I really think that we need to be fiscally responsible and sound and look at that budget and what is spent on that, and is that truly bringing revenue to our city, and is that truly something that our residents want? We know that they want the Western Festival. It's well attended. We know that the Strauss Festival is well attended. So I put in a records request, and I was able to gain some more information to provide you some other numbers. So the estimated income was $657,000, and we paid for the hotels $145,000 plus. Now they said that the hotels were booked, but interestingly enough, the riders went on to other cities and then came back and spent the night, and we provide them that housing. So of course we're paying those fees that go along with the hotel room. So is that really what we want? The other thing that's not included in the report is the pay for the staff salaries during that time. I was able to get them to eke out what the staff overtime was, and so the staff overtime for that particular event was almost $26,000. Now, interestingly enough, in looking at the CIP quarterly report and projects that were put on hold, it's something that I think would benefit the residents in Elk Grove. Trails Committee, a bike exercise loop pilot. And that project was put on hold until October 2018 because there's not enough staff resources available. So I'm just wondering if our $25,000 in staff overtime, almost $26,000, and then the staff costs that we can't eke out for the Amgen tour would have provided something for our residents in town. And lastly, and excuse me for going over, but in the paper was our mayor presenting the Strauss Festival with a check for $18,600. So the city has helped sponsoring that, but when we sponsor that event, we don't talk about how that creates a destination feel for our city, which you all want to be, and the revenue that generates. This project, this festival, just might eke out more for revenue than what we had in the Amgen tour, where we're putting up people in hotels that are out from outside our city. So as we go forward in looking at fiscal responsibility, I urge you again to ask for accurate accountings of these events. There should be some follow-through on this to make sure that the residents want them and that their tax dollars being spent are really bringing the revenue that you all need. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Amr Shagil. Following Amr Shagil is Claude Jimenez.
I believe Mr. Churgill earlier today submitted an item for this public comment that he has. Thank you, Lynn. And that is available if you want to pull that up, but it would be at the discretion of the city council as it was received earlier today, so not in accordance with our 24-hour policy.
That's fine with me.
Thank you. It'll be at the end of my presentation. Council, good evening. Thank you for giving me time today. I want to thank you also for the committee and the ad hoc committee on diversity and the diversity audit. When we came to you last year and asked you to look into that, you all graciously agreed to do it, and I appreciate that. I really do. We received the report. So the report from that diversity audit we received on Friday and reviewed it over the weekend, and I had, I was really surprised and thankful for that the city manager agreed to meet with me on short notice on Monday. So I met with Mr. Berman and Deputy Manager Reddick, and I was really happy that some of my concerns that they addressed, that they are really taking it to heart, and that they're trying to be a part of the solution, and that they're motivated to do so. But one of the things that I raised then and is troubling is that the recommendations, although we haven't had a lot of time to review them, what we do know is that there's no competency, there's no expertise or experience within the city to lead this kind of project. They've never done it before. Nobody employed by the city has ever done it before. And I suggest two ways for you to help city staff. One is to reconvene the citizens group that worked with the ad hoc committee. Thank you to Councilmember Hume and Councilmember Nguyen for your diligence early on, but I think we need to reconvene that so those people that were working on it early on can now look at those strategies to see what works for the city. I think there's a lot of people in the city that have expertise that they can bring to the issue. And then second, I believe that the city needs to hire someone. It might not be full-time, they might have dual tasks, but somebody that knows this area. I don't think it's fair to ask Ms. Rettig, as is recommended in the report, to do this. To ask her to lead a project that she has no expertise on, and then to evaluate her on that performance, it's really not fair to her. Race and inequality, whether sexuality or ethnic, is a landmine in the United States. In the employment scenario, it's even more difficult. It takes years of study, experience, work on these kind of projects to really do a good job. Elk Grove has some serious challenges, and I think we need somebody that's ready for that challenge. So we need to be realistic how we're going to lead this project. Otherwise, the $200,000 that we have spent or intend to spend is going to be wasted. Last year when we started this process, we learned that the city of Elk Grove had no minorities earning over $100,000 working for the city of Elk Grove, and very few women. After that time, we've had a number of hires, and as part of my meeting with staff, I asked to see what are the updated numbers. Since we brought this issue forward, what has happened since then? And I wanted to show you the numbers here if I could. Do you see them already? Mm-hmm. So since we brought that up in 2017, through today, the average salary for minority hires is $68,000 and change. The average salary for everybody else is almost $83,000. So that's once we were aware of the problem. The average salary for women that we've hired, new hires since then, $73,000. The average salary for men, $81,000. We have, since that time, hired 12 people and given them a salary of over $100,000. Only 3 of them were minority employees. Now, we never want to hire people in order to check a box, but what is clear is that we are having a really difficult time finding employees that we want to work for the city of Elk Grove that are also minorities, that are also women.
Mr.
And
Sherrill,
we need assistance to do a better job at reaching that goal.
Can I pause you for just a second?
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, I'm confused as to how these comments are not germane to item 10.1.
I agree. I was
Which is an
waiting
agendized
for the
item.
same question.
Are you asking me to speak? I thought you were
No, I'm asking the mayor or the city attorney.
I'll ask you that. Is there a
Right.
reason you're not doing this in 10.1?
We moved it up.
Yeah, I actually have different points to raise on 10.1, which are germane directly to the report itself and the recommendations. This is more general about the kind of help we need, in the city of Elk Grove, which doesn't really deal with what's in that report. But I'm almost finished.
Okay, you go ahead and wrap up, please.
Sure. So if we look at these numbers, I think it's clear we have a problem, not just with this diversity report, but with the hiring in general. And we need help that will help us not just with this report, but with everything we do in the city of Elk Grove. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Claude Jimenez and Alan Vito.
Good evening. Everybody's so serious in here. It's like Sunday Mass, my God. Anyway, I'm here to try to support you allowing a waiver for Bob's Club to move to the building across the street. I've lived in Elk Grove since '87, my wife and I've seen all the good building going on. And, back in those days, it was the EG Club and the Bob's Club, and there was nothing over here. So Vito's a businessman. He's trying to get out of that dilapidated building he's in that his landlord leases in will not fix, to buy this other dilapidated building right across the street that the whole side's being held up by 2x4s, okay? Ain't nobody doing anything with it. And I know there's parking issues. I've heard folks talking about parking issues, but parking downtown's always gonna suck, okay? There's no room, okay? You guys are building that, I saw you sold that property over there for that new place there. It's gonna be down, where you had that yard where the old rock yard used to be there years ago. Sold it at $40,000 loss, but that's, doesn't matter. Anyway, there's gonna be foot traffic. It's gonna be 90 units, right? There's gonna be people trying to revitalize that area down there. He's willing to spend a whole lot of money to fix that old dilapidated building up and try to work with them. Try to work with them down there, building that park and doing something, you know. It's all about small business, not just Costco, but small business in our town. And trying to, you know, when they put those parking things, those nice, pretty flower pots down there, well, you cut them all off from the parade revenue. That was like little Mardi Gras for that part of town way back then when that Western Festival, I'm a veteran, that Veterans Festival used to go through there. So they're kind of barely hanging on down there as it is. He's willing to invest a substantial amount of money to fix that building up and grow his business. And I'm just asking you all to think about it when you drive by and see how bad it looks down there and see if you'd put $400,000 in that business and try to help them out. That's all I'm asking. All right?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Alan Vito.
Hello, council members. My name is Alan Vito. I just recently turned 21, and as you've probably already heard, my family's owned Bob's Club in Old Town Elk Grove. We've been operating it. This is our 26th year, and it's always been kind of a dream of mine to be able to step into the shoes. But as he said, you know, circumstances have it. Everything's kind of being turned up, and so we're having to move. But I wanted to address some of the issues that I've been hearing. Like one thing was with lighting in the back and with these old buildings and safety codes. And I know that we are a business that has been known throughout the city of Elk Grove. We've done Kids Days in the Park and stuff for Jesse Baker and all kinds of different events. And I just want to let you know that if you want to have somebody across the street, you definitely want someone like us, you know. And I know you guys are building out this this revitalization effort. I know you're not doing it for yourselves. You're doing it for the new generations, you know, the people who are going to be coming after, and you're looking at them. And we want to work too, you know. We want to do what we can to build out the Old Town Elk Grove, the place where we all grew up, you know. And I hear all this stuff about transportation, Uber and Lyfts and all, you know. It's a new generation that we're living in, you know, and it's going to be safer for people to get to and from nightlife areas, you know, in Old Town Elk Grove with Ubers and Lyfts. And it's just, I think that this move is definitely the right way to go. And I also want to let you know that we want to work with the city as much as we can, especially with the conditional use permit, because, you know, time is money. And for even for someone as young as me, I know that, you know, I don't want to waste any of my time. And we want to start this build out as soon as we can. And I know that we've heard like it can take up to a year to get the conditional use permit out. But, you know, it just, with our situation, as you've heard, it doesn't work. You know, we would like as much to work with you, you know, somebody who's experienced. We are in Old Town Elk Grove, we're hoping from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m., 365 days a year. Nobody knows Old Town Elk Grove like us, the nightlife and the day life, right? And the people who walk out. And I mean, raise your hand if you're here for Bob's Club, right? Okay. So we want to work with you guys as much as we can, and we really appreciate this opportunity, and we really appreciate you guys understanding that, you know, we want nothing but the best for us and you and us as a community, right? And we want to take this move not as a bad thing, right? We're not angry, we're not vindictive. We want to take it as an opportunity to take another old building and revitalize it. I actually work as a guitar teacher at the School of Rock right now, and I've seen what Jason Klein has done with that building, and I mean, I want to do the same thing, you know what I mean? I want to do as much as I can. I have my grandfather. I'm like, oh, Grandpa, you got a little money saved up. I want to start putting it into this building. I'm excited, you know, and I just want to do whatever I can, and I really appreciate you guys taking some time to listen, and we'll be here next, what was it, September 12th. Probably more people, just so we could show. We just want to show our support. Yeah, well, I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Alan. Come back up. First of all, I just want to say happy birthday. Did you say you just turned 21?
Yeah, May 14th.
All right,
Yeah.
fantastic. Secondly, I think it's fantastic what you're trying to do, your family's trying to do. We, of course, got to, wait and see the application, but I am really excited to see your application because one of the reasons why we, the council, invested in the property down there was to encourage exactly what you're doing, reinvestment, revitalization of the area. And so what you're doing, that, to me, that's happening just what we wanted to do. But we gotta review everything and consider what was spoken earlier. But I look forward to seeing your application.
I appreciate it. And we want to serve, as not only like just a bar, but we want to be like what bars should be in Old Town Elk Grove. You're talking about how you're going to let this guy do it and not us. Well, I mean, how are you not going to let us do it? We've been here for 25 years, and we'll make sure we do it right the first time so that when anyone else wants to come into Old Town Elk Grove, you say, well, you're going to do it like they did it? You know what I mean? Like, is it going to be at least that good? Because that's what we expect, right? And that's how good it will be if we can get in there. So I appreciate you guys.
Did I hear you correctly? Did you say your grandfather is the owner?
My father.
Oh, I was just wanted to give him a hard time. That's all.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Thank you. Very well
It's been
spoken.
a while. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
So I want to say to the other Alan Vito in the room, you've done a good job with Bob's Club in 26 years. You did a great job with that young man in 21 years. Congratulations to you.
Thank you, folks. Next speaker is Larry Baker.
Mayor, council members, thank you for allowing me to speak. Tough act to follow. Well, I am the owner of that decrepit building. But from last week's meeting, we heard a lot of concerns. And I'm here just to publicly tell those individuals that have those concerns that we are going to address them. And when we give our word, our word is everything. I'm old school, and I've done a lot of things on a handshake, and I still do, even that may not be the best way to proceed, but I just want to let them know that we are here to support them, and we do want to build basically the best bar in town. And I think those uses are going to revitalize Old Town. I've had, God, every other type of business in those buildings, from little dress shops, thrift stores, skateboard shops, and I hate to say it, but those businesses really do not survive over the long term. They may last a year and a half, because the revenue's just not there. The commerce is just not there. Well, I know that these bars, and I know that his bar is going to be successful. So that's going to bring that draw into Old Town. That's going to spur more people to say, hey, it's happening down there. And you are going to create that excitement to revitalize Old Town. Like Alan had mentioned, Alan Jr., we are on a time constraint. So, we're hoping that we can work with City Council. Maybe there's something we can do that might give us an idea if there is any pitfalls that we need to be aware of. We'd hate to get a year into this and to say, oh, guess what? We just found out. It can't happen. So at any rate, we're asking that you work with us so that we can make this happen. And again, anyone that wishes to speak with me about what I know about Old Town, I will personally give them my guarantee that we're going to do everything we can to address their concerns. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Larry.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Arthur Lavak. Following Arthur is Carla Kendall.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Thank you for allowing us to speak tonight. I don't have a whole lot to say, as I'm a brand new resident of your community. We purchased an old house in Old Elk Grove. And I just met Mr. Vito tonight in regards to his bar. The only favor, or I guess it's not really a favor, But I would like to ask that you guys take into consideration the safety of everyone that's going to be transiting through there, as it's been brought up as traffic. Traffic is a big issue there, especially during the day with schools coming through. The lighting in that area is terrible. The only light in that area is paid for by myself via what's called, I guess, a night light on the city pole. And that's on my property that I have to pay for to light that alley, so there's not a lot of bad doings that we've experienced when we first moved in. So please take into account the lighting and the rest of the city's safety issues for the patrons that will be transiting in there. And I look forward to working with Mr. Vito on whatever plans they have to run forward. Thank you.
Welcome to town.
Thank you, sir. Carla Kendo. Carla Kendo. Following Carla is Mark Graham.
Hi, good evening. I'm also talking about Old Town Elk Grove, and specifically about the special planning area amendment. I wasn't able to come last week because it was back to school day, and it was just very crazy. Everybody knows, because back to school day. But I was really concerned about the plan that it said that no further environmental review is necessary for the Old Town Special Planning Area Commitment, and that I highly disagree. The last environmental review that was done was in 2005. It's 2018, and from what I gathered so far, what I've read and seen, is that a new development is gonna be adding more traffic and more usage and also more noise. And so I don't understand how it will be no impact on an environmental review that was done back in 2005. I completely disagree with that. I feel that as a person that lives right there on Waterman and Elk Grove Boulevard, I mean, there's a lot of traffic going on. I have the CVS and the Starbucks right there. And not only there's a lot of traffic and people blowing their stereos all night long at the CVS parking lot, I mean, once you start revitalizing that area and adding new buildings, and I heard about the mixed use where there's gonna be business on the bottom and living on the top, I mean, that's gonna add more people, more traffic, more noise. And I just disagree that it's not gonna, you don't need an environmental review for that. So I just wanna make you aware of that. I don't think that agrees with the plan. I mean, it was done in 2005, and it's 2018. And there's more people now, and you're planning to add more people to it. I do agree that we do need to revitalize it. I just think that we also should look into the environmental impact that we're gonna have as neighbors living there. So, thank you.
Thank you. Last speaker is Mark Graham.
And just to note, Mr. Graham submitted a presentation for the overheads that will accompany his comments. He submitted that yesterday in accordance with our 24-hour policy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Mark Graham, and I live in Elk Grove. First thing is I'm pleased to announce that I'm going to be running for the SMUD Board of Directors in the November election. And if elected, I will be a director that listens to the voices of SMUD customers. In particular, I think SMUD needs to make some changes in the areas of transparency and also electric meter policy. SMUD needs to fully notify its customers that you have a choice of what type of electric meter to have on your home. You could either have an analog electric meter, which SMUD deemed appropriate and used for every residential customer from 1946 until 2010, which is safe and reliable. If you pay a little bit extra and if you ask for it, that's the analog electric meter. Or you can keep the so-called smart electric meter that SMUD placed on your home and which transmits hazardous electromagnetic radiation into your home, which causes tinnitus, insomnia, heart palpitations, and headaches. Anyway, that's for the election coming up. I also wanted to just say I appreciate the meeting that my colleagues and I had with Mr. Berman and Mr. Hobbs a couple of weeks ago to talk about the AT&T proposed agreement, proposed application. That was very helpful and informative. We had a lot to share with them and heard a little bit back from them. There was some mention made at the July 11th meeting that I had met with Darren Wilson and Antonio Ablog in the planning department. That's true. That was one meeting back on March 14th, and I'll tell you, I appreciated the meeting, but it was not as informative as it could have been. Most of Mr. Wilson's answers to our questions were either, I don't know, or we can't do that, or that will be determined by somebody else later. That's just how the meeting went. And I don't view our last meeting as the final one, because this policy is still being developed. I also want to say I had a very nice conversation with Mr. Ablog and with Ms. Kirsch-Gessner last week in the planning department, and they were very knowledgeable and helped me to learn about what's going on about the planning process. Anyway, what I wanted to show you tonight is about some of the tools that are available to the city to protect itself and protect the city's rights and interests and the residents' rights and interests when it comes to the emerging policy on cell antennas placed in the public right-of-way. This is the federal court case that I mentioned that ensures that the city has, in particular, two things. You can turn down an application for a cell antenna placement unless the applicant can demonstrate that their antenna will close a significant gap in coverage and will do so using the least intrusive means. Now, I want to emphasize this is a tool. I think the city should pass an ordinance to protect its rights. And this federal court case and federal law gives the city this tool that you can use. But unless you use it, unless we, the city, use this tool to pass some kind of an ordinance, like the city of Petaluma did with a couple of improvements, we are not protected. And in the event that the federal government passes a new law, which would be to further to strip away the rights of cities and counties to regulate what happens within our borders and give that power to the telecom companies, which I expect they will do, in the event that the city has already passed an ordinance, you will be kind of grandfathered in. In other words, you will have the protections that are there in the ordinance, but if the city doesn't do that, then you will wish that you had. One other thing, and the rest of this PowerPoint shows some of the specific provisions that were in the Petaluma ordinance that they just passed earlier this month.
Mark, did you send this already to?
I sent it to, yes, Mr. Lindgren, and he forwarded it to you.
We have that for our city attorney to review.
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm sure the city attorney has it. And then the Petaluma ordinance was also based on the California Public Utilities Code section 7901.1. So it's important. The policy is developing. As you know, the AT&T has proposed a code amendment and an agreement, and I just am providing you some tools that are available to the city to make good policy that will really protect and preserve the city's rights and interests and those of its residents. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. There are no additional speakers, so let's move to the next item.
Next to Section 6, General Administration Information.
Mayor and City Council, in the interest of time, I will be brief and just touch on a few of these items. Just wanted to highlight one of the things that was already mentioned, which is the chief and the police department's lip sync challenge. Just some statistics. That video has about over 70,000 views and has been shared by almost 2,000 Facebook followers. So it's been very popular, I think, across the country. Also, an important reminder, this Saturday is the Multicultural Festival. Please come on out to Elk Grove Regional from 10 to 5 o'clock and celebrate Elk Grove's diversity. There's another event that'll be taking place before our next meeting, and that's Party on the Palms. That's September 8th. Teens only, 6 to 9. Council will be also presenting a key to the city to DeMonte Harper at 7 o'clock, otherwise known in hip-hop circles as Sweetie. And those are the things I wanted to highlight. I just wanted to remind the council as well as members of the public that the full report is available on the city's webpage. There's a link on the front page, and they can go and get all the information about what's happening in the city right there.
All right. Thank you, Jason. Any questions for Jason? Okay, next item, please.
Take us to Section 7, Council Comments, Reports, and Future Agenda Items.
Okay, let's start with Councilman Hume.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'll be very brief. I've been out of the state on family business, so the only meeting is coming up on Friday the Capital Southeast Connector, JPA, which we'll be hearing a similar item that's on the later agenda tonight. I did attend the Sac County Listening Tour Coordination meeting. We're going to be surveying residents for some transportation priority spending. And I attended a taiko drum demonstration at Franklin Library as a part of our month-long diversity celebrations. And so that was a great turnout and a real nice way to spend a little bit of time. So that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to be brief as well, too. I attended a youth workshop at SASF, was able to speak to a bunch of youth that are looking to try to further their education and kind of get a jump start on workforce. I also attended the Jamboree, which was a wonderful event. It was my first time there. A lot of little kids running around playing soccer, also a lot of vendors there as well. And I had my Juvenile Justice Commission meeting and Delinquency Prevention Council, tomorrow Public Library Authority, and the Capitol Celebration Dinner. That's
All right, thank you. Councilmember Detrick.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to join the entire council at the Sheldon Inn 30th anniversary celebration, and it was great to see Doug Silva there to help receive the plaque that we gave Jeffrey Atkins. They've done a phenomenal job, not only with the inside, but the outside, the patio, and the event space in the back where this was held. So, great asset. I know Larry was here earlier from Old Town. I happened to dealt with Larry in the past. Very, very good businessman, very honorable, and I'm sure he'll do great things with that facility if we can make it where it meets the standards. But and then Councilman Hume was out of town, and I was the alternate for regional transit. It was there wasn't really a lot on the meeting. The biggest thing really was the closed session with contract negotiations. So that's all I have.
Great. Mayor, I'll go, and then we're through it all. Just briefly as well, attended the Elk Grove Soccer Jamboree. Over 4,000 kids out there playing soccer, and a lot of parents. It was a crowded day. SACOG, we had a SACOG transportation, or SACOG board meeting, and then attended with the majority of the council the small cell workshop, talk about small cell. And I also just want to give a shout out to the chief and fire district and others who performed on the lip sync. I got a chance to look at it, and it was very well done. It was unique to when you compare it to other police departments around the nation. So great job, guys.
Excellent. Councilman Hume.
We've already gone through.
We already went to issue,
Really?
issue
Oh,
mayor.
wow.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. See, in the interest of time, let me just highlight the one event that stuck out was the response that while the chief was on vacation, acting Assistant Chief Albright and Solomon, who stepped in and had a quick town hall meeting to respond to an incident off of Spring Flower, and I just wanted to commend the police department for taking the initiative to be willing to step up and having that conversation. Councilmember Nguyen and I participated in that, and I thought it was very well done. Gentlemen, I think the chief is very fortunate to have you two individuals backing him up, because I thought it went very well. So that's the one thing that I definitely wanted to highlight. Other than that, just a regular attendance of various celebrations within the community. And that is it. All right, let's move to the next item.
Take us on to Section 8, consent calendar items.
Okay, we have consent. We have one member signed up to speak, Lynn Wheat on 807, and Lynn Wheat again for 8.23. Come on up.
Good evening again. On 8.7, here are my comments, and I hope, Councilman Hume, you could hear them, because this is where you were yawning. I support the staff's recommendations. And with that said, I want to state my position on this entire process. But here we are, and the nuts and bolts of this agreement leaves a bad taste in my mouth, and should yours as well. First, this out-of-town developer bought the land and invested in good faith in accordance with the DA, a bet with a limited time until expiration. While legally permissible, of course, the city changed the rules and essentially wanted to extort 30 acres of office land as a condition of a DA extension. Legally permissible, but is this acting in pro-business good faith? Second, the city strong-armed 22.69 acres of land as a compromise, but now we have the city acting as a landowner and admitting it intends to use this site for economic development. Will this be used for an economic incentive for a local developer? Anytime the city intervenes in the market by holding land, it has an unfair competitive advantage and upsets the economic forces the private sector must operate within. So, while legally permissible, is this acting in pro-business good faith? Finally, who has historically been the beneficiary in most of our past and current economic development deals? I have started calling Mr. Pappas the father of our city. I feel for this out-of-town developer and wonder how the deal would have went down if the property was still under ownership of a longtime Elk Grove landowner. I also wonder what these type of extortion deals will do to our regional reputation and credibility. Too bad the developer was told to designate 30 acres for office or give 22.6 acres to the city and you get a DA extension. Sounds like blackmail to me. Now I'll move on to the second item, and I think that this is an item that should not have been under consent. I think it's important for you to discuss and go over your strategic goals for the years and look at what you've accomplished and what is still in the process of being done. So I did take the time to read this report, and I will go through it now. Okay, so in process right now, we're going to get a new economic development brand platform, Invest in Elk Grove. It's going to be finalized for a fall 2018 launch. Staff is finalizing a new incentive program to be known as Startup Elk Grove to provide financial and technical assistance to high-growth potential startup companies of August 2018 adoption. So interestingly enough, we've had a number of incentive programs, but I've yet to hear how has it worked out for our city. We seem to keep initiating incentive program, giving the taxpayer dollars with really no report back on how have they worked out. Like the most recent one, we've given some small incentives to some of the breweries of $5,000. How is that working out? I know that we've pulled $200,000 and gave that to our economic development department. How is that working out, and where has that money gone? I believe we as taxpayers deserve a response to that. Support Howard Hughes Corporation efforts to open the Elk Grove collection. Monitor and ensure compliance with the Mall Development Agreement documents. In November 2018, the developer agreement will expire. It is unlikely, as of this writing, that the developer will be able to move forward with the mall construction within the time frame of the DA. Upon expiration, staff will work with the developer on a new approach to proceeding with the project. I think this is important for us to all be involved in. And actually, a new article came out, and I've seen that the auto dealership has been parking their cars out there. There's a lot of homeless people who are employed that are living out of their cars. We might work with Howard Hughes and allow maybe that to be a safe spot to allow some of our residents who are living in their cars to be able to be out there too, as well as the other cars. Contract has been executed with CBRE Consultant to analyze feasibility of a construction of a 4-star full-service hotel adjacent to the Civic Center project as part of the city's lifestyle shopping center project. I think it'd be important to include all the residents that live within that area so they can have an understanding of what might be coming to their area. Marriott Town Suites project is under construction at East Stockton and Bond Road, and they also received an incentive from us. So I'd like to know, are they going, what's that going to look like for us? Are they going to have full occupancy? And then this is good. Staff recently led the successful recruitment of a new executive director for VEG, and economic development staff now chairs the organizations of the board of directors. And I can go on and on. They're working with the California State University, and staff is in discussion with other colleges and universities. Now, good news, too, that we know for our safety, we've had 4 additional sworn and 1 non-sworn position added in 2018-19. And then, you know, this is how well our staff works and how hard our staff is working for our city. They've received 2 grants, and I think we ought to recognize them. Instead of putting this under consent and burying it, I think it's really important for us as a community and you as our leaders to discuss these goals that you have set up and see where we are in the process. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Seeing that there are no additional speakers, I would like to close public comment. Members, we have a consent calendar.
Mayor, I'll move consent, but I do want to draw attention to item 8.10. Mayor, you were quoted by the Elk Grove Citizen in a recent article stating that it's going to cost several hundreds of thousands of dollars to hire a city manager. And I just want to draw your attention to the consent item. We're approving an agreement for $30,000 for brokering the deal for a new city manager potentially. So I just wanted to put that on record. Thank you. With that, I'll move consent.
Okay, thank you for that comment, but, you know, again, this is taken out of context, and I'll reserve that for the campaign trail. Thank you, sir. All right, we've got a motion second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed, abstention? Next item.
Under approval of the agenda, we advance to item 10.1, which is to receive the City of Elk Grove's diversity audit and inclusion strategy.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Kara Reddick, Deputy City Manager, and I'm here tonight to talk to you about the Diversity Audit and Inclusion Strategy. I'd like to give you a little bit of background before we get started. In February of 2017, the community asked the City Council for a diversity report. Staff prepared a report internally and presented that report on May 10th, 2017. At that meeting, the City Council decided to create a council ad hoc committee that's made up of Councilmember Stephanie Nguyen and Councilmember Pat Hume. The ad hoc committee met with the community group to establish the scope of work for a request for proposal to put out to companies. The RFP was released. There was an RFP review committee that was formed that included Councilmember Stephanie Nguyen, Councilmember Pat Hume, as well as community members Maureen Kraft, who represented the prior community group, Sandra Obaferis, and Senior Human Resource Specialist Julie Rucker with the city. The RFP review committee evaluated all the proposals received and chose Miller Law Group as the preferred vendor. Miller Law Group routinely conducts compliance and diversity audits for a wide range of clients. They subcontracted with Berkeley Research Group, or BRG, who are experts in data analytics and statistics to complete the workforce, compensation, and job analysis reports. They also subcontracted with Fog Break Justice, who are specialists in training and education for municipalities to complete the inclusion strategy. So in December 2013, the council authorized a contract with Miller Law Group to complete the diversity audit and the inclusion strategy. So for the past 6 months, Miller Law Group has been auditing the city's policies, practices, and procedures related to diversity. They've developed and implemented an organizational and cultural workplace survey focused on diversity and employee inclusion and engagement. They conducted an analysis of the city's job groups, workforce, and compensation and current compensation. And they developed an inclusion strategy in response to the audit findings. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to introduce Holly Lake with Miller Law Group. She's going to have a presentation regarding the diversity audit. When Holly finishes her presentation, we'll have Shanti Bryan and Christy Chandler with Frog Break Justice come up, and they'll do a presentation on the diversity inclusion strategy.
Good evening. My name is Holly Lake. and I'm a partner shareholder with Miller Law Group. With this presentation, I'd like to discuss with you what we've been doing the past 6 months and also walk you through what the results and the recommendations and the analytics display. I want to first start with to make sure we are all on the same page with the scope of review, the methodology, then go on methodology that we can use to conduct this analysis. And then I'm going to turn to the results and an explanation of the statistical analyses, highlights from the cultural and workforce survey that we conducted, and then I'll go to selected recommendations related to the policies. You have the full report, not only the audit that was identifying the recommendations and the findings related to the policies, but you also have the complete statistical reports as well. So I'm going to give you highlights from each, but further details are included in those reports that you have. So let's first start with the scope of review. We were charged with conducting an audit of the city's policies, practices, and procedures related to diversity. We're charged with conducting an analysis of the city's job groups, workforce composition, and current compensation, and develop and implement an organizational and cultural workplace survey focused on diversity and employee inclusion and engagement. In order to do this, we issued a request for production of documents to the city's Human Resources Department requesting the following: personnel policies and procedures, employment contracts, consulting contracts and task orders, EEO-related training materials and course outlines, job posting sites, outreach and recruiting events, onboarding materials, application tracking, your EEO-4 reports, marketing materials, all job categories, classifications and demographics for all city employees, compensation and workforce analysis data, promotion data, and the employment data related to the employees' employment of relatives and spouses. In addition, we issued an informal request for contractor demographic data. And to give you some background there, it was determined that it was important to analyze the contractor demographics because although they aren't your employees, working on-site gives the impression that they are your employees. So we wanted to look at the impact and impression that your contractors had on your work site, even though you don't have control over them. So in order to do this, the request was issued to the following companies to provide contract staff data: Clean Harbors, Dockin Engineering, Interwest Consulting Group, Michael Baker International, MV Transportation, Republic Services, Vestra Resources, Inc., Weave, Inc., and Wilden Engineering. So once we received all the data, including the data from the city itself, then we started analyzing them. So here's the methodology we used, not only to do the statistical analysis, but also the policies and procedure review. The first thing, however, we did also develop an anonymous and voluntary diversity, inclusion, and employee engagement survey to gauge the employees' assessment of the city's commitment to hiring, supporting, and retaining a diverse workforce in all respects to understand how those impacted most feel about working for the city. And the survey was constructed and the responses were provided back to the city to make sure that it retained its anonymity. We didn't want there to be any perception that the employees' responses would therefore be used in conjunction with their employment in terms of mobility, nor did we want there to be any perception that it could color their current employment status. So the feedback has been provided in a way that does not identify the employees, but it gives you the information you need to understand the insight and the perspective of your employees. To conduct the statistical portions of the audit, which included the job analysis, compensation analysis, and external workforce analysis, which compares the city's workforce to the relevant labor market, BRG reviewed the gender, age, race, along with annual base salary, job title, Fair Labor Standards Act status, meaning exempt versus non-exempt, and I can give you more details about that. Their hire date with the city, their start date in their current job, their job grade, their step, their department, bargaining unit, and EEO classification for each employee as of February 14th, 2018, as well as equal employment opportunity occupation codes assigned to each of the 123 jobs in the city. That sounds like a lot of data, and I'll walk you through why we needed it and what they did with it. So before I turn to the results, We're going to start with the compensation analysis, but let me talk to you briefly about what each of these analyses that were performed, the statistical analysis, what they looked at and what the goal is. So the first analysis that's done is the job group analysis. And what that means is BRG, in conjunction with Miller Law Group, because I did review everything and I questioned and pushed and prodded, made sure that the city had properly assigned EEO categories, proper EEO job codes to each of the job titles. Because making sure that codes are done properly and then groupings are done properly is the basis of doing the workforce analysis and the compensation analysis. Because at the end of the day, you want to make sure you are always comparing similarly situated individuals. And similarly situated individuals means those that are performing similar type of work, scope of work, with similar education, perhaps similar background and training, et cetera. So you're never going to compare someone who's an executive to someone who is an administrative worker, because that's just not a valid analysis. You're comparing apples to oranges at that point. So the first step BRG did was ensure that you had proper EEO codes and categories assigned to each of your jobs. Once you have those codes assigned, then you have to make sure they're properly grouped. And they're grouped consistent with those groupings recognized by the EEO, as well as EEO job groups, as well as the Census Bureau, because the census also does groupings like that as well. So the job analysis first started with codes and then properly grouped. That's the purpose of a job group analysis. A workforce analysis, the whole purpose with the workforce analysis is to make sure that your internal population, the demographics and representation with respect to race and ethnicity, mirrors to the extent possible, or if it doesn't, we understand the distance that it doesn't, mirrors the representation of the relevant labor market. Relevant labor market is the area from which you recruit. Because if you were to compare yourself to an area that's either more narrow or more broad, that's disingenuous. You're recruiting, you want to look at whether or not you are actually attracting and retaining and employing people that look like, to a percentage, the people that you're actually looking for or where you get them. So what BRG did is they looked at, through your applicant tracking system, where you were getting your people. So they did that in order to develop possible relevant labor markets in order to conduct the workforce analysis. So that's what a workforce analysis does. The compensation analysis looks at similarly situated employees again in these groupings. And it looks to see if there's any statistical disparity between people in similarly situated positions. Therefore, you are truly always comparing apples to apples. You're, once again, not going to compare the compensation of someone in an executive position with someone, for example, in any other, like a janitorial support position. That makes no sense. One person's compensation, everyone's compensation is based on their skills, education, expectations in the role. So in order to do the compensation analysis, you first have to figure out who those similarly situated employees are. Now, let's turn specifically, so that's the methodology. The compensation analysis does not group all the city employees and say, women compared to men, what does the salary look like? Because that's a meaningless analysis. That does not look at where people are situated within the city. It does not compare similarly situated employees. The workforce analysis does not compare the city of Elk Grove employees to simply the city of Elk Grove itself, because turns out the city of Elk Grove recruits from well beyond the city of Elk Grove. So you have to look at the relevant labor market. None of these analyses look to the selection rate. Not included, the RFP did not include in the scope of work an analysis of those people selected versus those people that applied for the position. That would be called an applicant or a hires analysis. That would look to see if there was any disparity in the selection for people. That analysis was not performed because it was not in the scope of work. That would look to see what your rate of hiring is versus those people that express interest in the position that meet the qualifications of the position. So what we did not look at was how many people you hired, men versus women, minority versus non-minority. Because once again, just to do that in and of itself is a meaningless analysis, because it doesn't look at who your recruitment pool was. Okay? So that just gives you a baseline of the statistical analysis that were done, and I'll go into a little bit deeper methodology. So the compensation analysis, like I said, the first thing you do is make sure you're comparing similarly situated employees. Now, similarly situated employees are those that have similar experience, education, and a similar compensation structure. What does that mean? That goes back to what I referred to before with the FLSA status, that is exempt versus non-exempt. People that are non-exempt tend to have a different compensation structure than those that are exempt, i.e., non-exempt employees are overtime eligible. Non-exempt employees aren't just expected to get the job done no matter what time it takes. And so oftentimes compensation is structured differently, exempt versus non-exempt. So we tend, experts and labor economists tend not to group exempt and non-exempt employees together because they aren't, that's not considered a viable analysis. After looking at FLA status and also looking at after looking at constructing groups of similarly situated employees, BRG conducted a multiple regression analysis, which is also commonly done by labor economists and in this field. Because what it does is it allows the examiner to look at similarly situated employees, but then also account for those objective things that may impact compensation. So for example, typically someone who has been in the job longer than someone else may earn more because you get raises over time. So that's considered a well-known time variable that is often used in doing this type of statistical analysis. Oftentimes people are paid more because they've been with their employer for longer. So time and position is different than time with company or a city in this case. So that's another time variable that's often used. Another variable can be department because you may look at you don't want to have too many groupings because then you end up diluting the numbers and you don't get reliable statistical analyses. So the multiple regression analysis allows you to account for differences within the similarly situated employee groupings. So for example, you may have an employee grouping of a professional, but for example, it might be that people in human resources are paid different than people in finance. So the multiple regression analysis allows for you to account for the differences in department that may impact compensation. The variables that were used in this case included the time variables, the department, job grade, what was not, and that was it. Also EEO categories. What was not included, so this was quite frankly very conservative in terms of the multiple regression factors. What was not included things like performance evaluations or any other type of subjective viewpoint, because often that's considered to be a tainted variable. Because to say that someone's compensation may be impacted by their performance review, it means that it could be impacted by the person who is giving that performance review, and they may be biased for some reason. So we wanted to make sure that we took out any variable that could be perceived as tainted in coming up with the multiple regression factors. As a result of the analysis, BRG came up with different models because they wanted to see which factors truly do impact compensation. And the way you do that is what you come up with, it's a statistical variable called the adjusted R-squared. Adjusted R-squared tells you how much we learn, how much these factors are really telling us about compensation. I don't want to lose anyone. I know I'm sort of getting into the weeds, but I want to make sure you understand what was done. So when we did these models, we have listed out for you, and I'll turn to those slides in just a second, the different variables that were used in the multiple regression analysis, the varying results, and then the adjusted R-squared. The closer the adjusted R-squared is to 100% means that these variables are indeed telling us 100% of the story. So we played with the models, we played with the variables used to see which model got us as close as possible to 100%. So that's why you'll see different models used for these analyses, because we didn't go in with any presumption. We went in with trying to see what could tell us the story and whether or not with that story there was statistical significance as it relates to the compensation for women, minorities in these similarly situated employee groupings.
Thanks, Holly. So just to confirm, you play with the models, so as that R squared gets close to 100, you gain confidence that you're on the right track,
That's
that
right.
model's accurate.
Exactly.
Thank you.
So, turning to the first table we have, this looks at the model results comparing male and female employees' annual base salary. You'll see that there are 4 models for exempt employees and 4 models for non-exempt employees, because once again, we separated those out. The first model used time variables that we discussed, and in the multiple regression, and also use a bargaining unit as factors in the multiple regression. You'll see that in the model for exempt employees, there were 68 employees, of which there were 32 females and 36 males. The average female salary was $113,767. The average male salary was $138,143. Those are the same across all models. Here's where the variance starts. There's a column that says effect. That is the effect of being male in this analysis. So in other words, this Model 1 tells us that with the variables that were used for the multiple regression analysis, the effect of being male meant that you were earning $30,000 more than females, using time variables and bargaining unit only as multiple regression factors. And it did reveal a statistical significance. That is in column that says standard deviations. Whenever there's a standard deviation over 1.96, or commonly referred to as over 2, that tells you there's a statistical significance. However, you'll see that the adjusted R squared is 39%. That says we're not getting a full story. That tells us there are other factors that are missing from this story, and this is really not, we're missing something. So that's why we went to Model 2, where we added grade into the factor as a multiple regression. So we used time variables, bargaining unit, and grade. You'll see there that the effect diminished to 5,238 with a standard deviation of 1.67, which is not statistically significant. And you'll also see that the adjusted R squared is 97%. That tells us that's a reliable model.
So that grade is somebody might be they might have just entered that step in terms of salary, so that's why their salary is lower. And
so that tells us that when you're looking at people's positions, it matters what grade they're in. So I'm told that grade is an objective factor. To the extent there's any bias or subjectivity allowed in placing someone in a grade, obviously that should be examined. But this tells us that the person's grade diminishes any statistical impact on gender. And this also tells us that very much tells the story, because the adjusted R squared is 97%. However, BRG didn't stop there, because remember, the idea is to see what other factors can be added to the models to see what truly gets us as close as possible to 100%. So then we did another analysis using time variables, bargaining unit, and EEO category. There, the adjusted R squared was 56%. So that clearly wasn't telling the story as well. And then we tried time variables, bargaining unit, EEO category, and department. And that got us to an adjusted R squared of 65%. So of the objective variables that we had accessible, the most reliable model was number 2, which got us an adjusted R squared of 97, and which also revealed that there was no statistical significance in the compensation for women in the exempt category. If you look at the model similarly below that, you look at the non-exempt employees. 258 employees, 111 females, 147 males. You'll see that those same models were used. Model 2 got us to an adjusted R squared of 91% with a standard deviation of 1.33, indicating that there's no statistical significance for females in the non-exempt categories as well. Okay.
Well, just curious, so another question. Males are always still more, so is it just because the females haven't been in the grade long enough, and over time they'll get to that point?
That's a good question, and that we don't know with the statistics. That will require more of an anecdotal understanding, that you could ask someone to take a deeper dive and look at these people in these categories to figure out why are the men still making a little bit more? Even though it's not statistically significant, you need to, review personnel files, figure out the other factors. That might be subjective factors. They're not objective factors that were provided to us that we could tell in the statistics.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So the next analysis we did was comparing for ethnicity, and you'll see there's a few here. And what this looks at is not just white versus non-white, but we did white versus subgroups of ethnicities as well to see if there was any statistical significance. So the models are the same. Exempt versus non-exempt is done exactly the same as well. And this shows you the effect of being white. So here you'll see that the effect of being white in the first model, where it just took time variables and bargaining unit, was that the white employees were making $3,300 more than the Asian employees. In model 2, which got us to an adjusted R-squared of 96%, the effect of being white got us to whites were earning $6,611 more than Asian employees. If you look at the standard deviations, you'll see it's not statistically significant. Interestingly enough, though, looking at Model 7 and Model 8, quite frankly, we were surprised. And you'll see that the effect of being white meant that white people were paying less than Asians. But the R-squared were dropped to 51 and 58%, demonstrating it's not really the most reliable models. Same thing with the non-exempt employees. The most reliable model was at 89%, even though you'll see Models 7 and 8 in this case, the R-squared went up dramatically for the non-exempt employees than it had before to 71 and 75. However, still Model 6 was the most reliable at an adjusted R-squared of 89%, demonstrating no statistical significance. The effect of being white meant you were being paid $623 more than Asian employees.
Did you use years of service in any of these calculations?
Use what?
Years of service.
Yes, those are time variables. The time variables we discussed included.
Okay.
Yeah, time in position and time with the city.
Does it count from other agencies, though?
No, it does not.
Because some of the salaries, I believe, also are affected by if somebody came in as a seasoned veteran from another agency.
Absolutely, but that's considered actually that can be considered to be a tainted variable because that takes someone else's entering salary and adjusts and regresses for that. Someone may have been overpaid, someone may have been underpaid. Typically, women tend not to bargain as much for their salary than men, so courts have recognized that sometimes that can be perceived as a tainted variable. And so like I said, we wanted to be as conservative as possible in doing this analysis so that there couldn't be any diminished argument that we were using tainted variables.
Okay.
But definitely a valid one. So next we looked at same type of analysis, white employees versus black employees. And you'll see that the model that had the most reliable R-squared, adjusted R-squared, was Model 10, which again, time variables, bargaining unit, and grade, and it demonstrated no statistical significance with the effect of being white meant that white employees were earning $125 more for the exempt. For non-exempt, again, the most reliable model was number 10 with an adjusted R-squared of 89%, and the effect of no statistical significance with the effect of being white that they are earning $900 more than black employees. Yes?
So on your effect, is that annual salary?
It's on annual base salary, yes. And then we did white versus Hispanic employees. Once again, the reliable model included time variables, bargaining unit, and grade with an adjusted R-squared of 96% for the exempt employees and 89% for the non-exempt employees, demonstrating no statistical significance to the minority group in both models. So that's the compensation analysis. Then we turn to the workforce analysis. Once again, I mentioned that a workforce analysis looked to see if the internal population of the city of Elk Grove, in terms of representation and demographics, mirrors the outside community being the relevant labor market from which you recruit. To do this, the first thing that needed to be done was to make sure that the groupings were accurate, i.e. done with the job group analysis. And then BRG pulled census data let me back up. Then BRG identified the relevant labor markets from which the city of Elk Grove recruited, and in doing so came up with two possible relevant labor market, actually four possible relevant labor markets. One being state and local government employees who work in Sacramento County. Two being state and local government employees who reside in all relevant counties. Three being private sector employees who work in Sacramento County. And four being private sector employees who reside in all relevant counties. So once again, we wanted to go into this looking to make sure that we were analyzing it against all possible relevant labor markets, given the way that the city of Elk Grove recruits its employees. So then after the relevant labor markets are established, then census data is used to figure out what the representation in terms of gender, ethnicity, that people that report, and what jobs they report them being in based upon the census data. That's then compared to the groupings that are done internally to see what the statistical significance is and to see if there's any disparity. The groupings that were used are those, once again, that are recognized by EEO and U.S. Census. Those groupings were administrative and support workers, officials and administrators, professionals, protective service workers sworn, protective service workers non-sworn, and service and manufacturing workers. So that's how the analysis was done, and then you literally sort of put it over each other to see what it looks like. As a result of the analysis, there were some areas where there resulted in some statistical significance, although not a lot. The first was administrative support, and there was statistical significance for Asians. And in the report, we identified the occupational codes where there was less representation that would be expected given the relevant labor market. However, for the entire group of administrative support professionals, if you look, and this is provided for context. I don't want it to be perceived as quotas, because this is not about hiring people to get numbers, and it's not about numbers to achieve some sort of parity. But I did want to give some context to the amount of statistical significance. So I did ask BRG to tell me what the shortfall was to reach a level of non-statistical significance. So in the administrative support area where there was statistical significance for Asians, the shortfall was 2 employees. Now, what that means is not if you hire 2 people, that means you'll be okay, because that means that there's 2 more people to the entire pool, so then the analysis needs to be done again to see what statistical significance there is. So it's not like just adding 2 people fixes the problem. And once again, this is not about quotas, but I just wanted to make sure you had some context to what the shortfall was. So you also had statistical significance in the professionals group for females, and the shortfall was 1 employee. And you also had statistical significance for protective service workers sworn, for Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islanders, and the shortfall was 1.
I just want to put on for the record that I volunteered to go and recruit for that particular class.
How generous of you. So BRG's review demonstrated a high demographic similarity between city employees and the relevant labor market, with the notes that I've just included, and also more details provided in the report about the areas of statistical significance, the specific occupational codes that fall within those groups, and the representation of the city of Elk Grove versus the representation in those specific occupational codes in the relevant labor market, so that you have some comparison. And the job group analysis. BRG reviewed the job group analysis and reviewed the accuracy of the occupation codes in each of the 123 jobs. And BRG did make recommendations which were adopted to revise the 45 job codes, and those were done before the other analysis were done to make sure there was accuracy. So any questions on the statistical analyses? Okay.
No questions.
So let's turn to the survey. The diversity survey was designed to measure both qualitatively and quantitatively the areas that are addressed in the audit and employee satisfaction. It contained 62 questions in 7 areas, questioning employer attitude towards diversity, workplace culture, inclusion and equity, interaction, engagement, policies and procedures, demographic information, with a section of open-ended questions for employees to provide responses in their own words. And once again, it was done in a way to maintain anonymity, hopefully so that people felt comfortable in responding. 211 individuals responded to the survey out of 324, so that was a 65% response rate. And the survey takers took an average of 14 minutes to complete the survey, which indicates that people took it seriously. They actually took their time to respond. Some of the highlights from the survey, and once again, more detail is provided in the report, but these are highlights for your review. The attitude towards diversity. 83% strongly or somewhat agreed that the city is committed to having and supporting a diverse workforce. 78% strongly or somewhat agreed that their immediate supervisor is committed to and supports a diverse workforce. And 80% strongly or somewhat agreed that the city respects individuals and values their differences. The city received less favorable ratings related to the recognition of value of a diverse workforce and that the city's workforce reflects the population it serves. 57% strongly agreed or somewhat agreed or were neutral that the city could do a better job recognizing the value of a diverse workforce. And 50% strongly agreed or somewhat agreed that the city's workforce is reflective of the population that it serves. Some highlights from the section related to workplace culture, inclusion, and equity include 78% strongly or somewhat agreed that employees who are different from most others are treated fairly by the city. 73% strongly or somewhat agreed that employees appreciated employees whose race or ethnicity is different than their own. 71% strongly or somewhat agreed that the city management is committed to meeting the needs of employees with disabilities. 42% somewhat agreed or were neutral that city employees of different age groups were valued by their coworkers. And 20% strongly or somewhat agreed that they have witnessed bias or unequal treatment while working at the city. This result was slightly higher among the police department respondents. Highlights from the development and retention of diverse workforce. These reviews were mixed on whether the city prioritized the development and retention of a diverse workforce. 31% strongly agreed that the city could do a better job. 35% were neutral as to whether the city could do a better job. And 33% either strongly or somewhat agreed that the city did not need to do a better job. So we're kind of all over the map there. Let's talk about demographic differences. The city generally received positive feedback related to diversity efforts, but an examination within the various ethnic groups provides a little bit more context and shows some disparities. When broken down by ethnicity, the survey responses show that African American employees, though there was a small sample, have a much less sanguine views on city diversity efforts. Asians have less positive views than white employees, and Hispanic Latinos are slightly less positive than white employees, but more positive than Asian employees. Now turning to the recommendations related to policies. And these are not all the recommendations, these are just selected, and once again, I feel like I'm repeating myself, more robust in terms of what we reviewed, how we reviewed, what we found, and why we recommended what we did are included in the report. Some of the selected recommendations include, we recommend that the city's Equal Employment Opportunity Program be revised to articulate a clear EEO statement that not only sets forth the city's legal requirement to provide equal employment opportunities to applicants and employees, but that also includes diversity-friendly statements that emphasize the city's commitment to a workplace that is inclusive of all individuals and all protected categories under federal and state law. The harassment, discrimination, and retaliation policy, prevention policy, and procedure should be revised to list all protected categories under state and federal law, to carve out a section that specifically addresses sexual harassment in its various forms, to include a statement that specifies that conduct need not be motivated by sex to constitute sexual harassment, and to include a statement regarding personal liability for supervisors and managers found guilty of sexual harassment. We further recommend that the policy include a section that defines abusive conduct and that clarifies that such conduct will not be tolerated. And just for your background, abusive conduct is conduct that is not necessarily tied to a protected characteristic, and some people refer to abusive conduct as bullying, but the appropriate term is abusive conduct. And we also recommend adding a transgender employment policy to the rules and regulations that addresses the rights of transgender employees in the workplace, and also instructs supervisors and employees as to transgender employment rights. We recommend the city adopt a mission, vision, and value statement of its own, similar to that of the Elk Grove Police Department. The city should develop written fair chance procedures in response to AB 1008, which became effective January 1, 2018, which applies to all public and private employees. And the city and Elk Grove Police Department should expand their outreach efforts to include individuals with disabilities, veterans, and women-based groups. And that will obviously increase your applicant flow. And unless there is bias with an increased applicant flow, you'll get increased hires. And the HR department and the police department should conduct specific analysis to determine the efficacy of the different outreach attempts and efforts to ensure that time and resources are not spent on outreach that is not productive. You have outreach efforts, but we didn't find any analyses that was done to demonstrate the efficacy of those. Any questions?
Questions? There are no questions.
Thank you.
Excellent job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Shanti Bryan, and this is Christy Chandler, and we're with Fog Break Justice, and we're going to talk pretty briefly about the diversity and inclusion strategy that you have the full report of. I'm going to start, and Christy's going to speak specifically to the education part of the strategy. We think Elk Grove has accomplished a lot in this area, including taking this initiative on, being open to feedback, and really being committed. We've seen a high level of commitment from the city employees we've worked with to implement like a comprehensive program in this area. So Elk Grove is now in the enviable position of becoming a national leader in diversity and inclusion. There are some areas that Elk Grove would benefit from around diversity and inclusion, and we are actually mostly focused on inclusion in our recommendations. The pretty extensive recommendations we put forward are just those recommendations. They're in no way meant to be adopted in full. The city obviously has to review them and take on what's appropriate in terms of budget, time, manpower, and the like. So we do make 5 core recommendations. The first is to amend and adopt policies, and as Miller Law Group and Holly already highlighted. The second is to assign an executive or manager or team the role of an inclusion leader, so someone to take on implementing a comprehensive program. The third is to create a strong diversity and inclusion vision statement. The fourth is to adopt best practices, and this would include an education plan. And the fourth is to consistently review and evaluate the new policies and practices, the best practices, the education, not only at the end of the implementation of this, but then, yearly or quarterly. So Holly really already talked about this. We recommend you adopt what they recommend, basically. And so I'm actually not going to go through. These were the highlights, and she already highlighted those. Our second major core recommendation is this idea of an inclusion leader. we actually understand that the city's considering creating a team, and that's fine. It doesn't, inclusion leader, inclusion team, the idea is to have a central person or group that's responsible and accountable for the implementation of the strategies that are actually adopted. Let's see, we also think this would be the gathering point for the feedback and the evaluations, and this person or this group would be in charge of really just continuing to push this whole process forward. We do recommend a diversity and inclusion statement, and the city really needs to codify what is already a robust commitment to diversity and inclusion. We suggest that the city do this in conjunction with all of its employees. You get a much better mission and vision statement when everyone involved is part of creating that. So what we offer here is a sample. It would be something like, the city of Elk Grove is committed to providing the highest quality of public service. To meet this commitment, the city aspires to create a supportive, engaging, and caring workplace that offers respect for the spectrum of human diversity and a genuine understanding of the many differences, including race, ethnicity, gender, age, socioeconomic status, national origin, sexual orientation, disability, and religion that will enrich the Elk Grove community. It's incumbent upon each employee to share the responsibility of creating and maintaining an environment of mutual respect and support. Again, that's a sample, but something that we hope the city comes together with its employees to create. The bulk of our strategies and recommendations are in this category, the best practices, and they fall into these 7 themes. I'm only going to give you a couple of examples and not even one from every theme. I think transparency and accountability is apparent what it is. But in belonging, for example, we suggest creating employee resource groups, and this is so employees can connect and build relationships and feel less alone as employees. Affinity groups in the private sector used to be like race and ethnicity based, and they're much more moving to interest-based groups like, for example, elder care groups or adoptive parent groups. And this provides common grounds for people of all races, gender, to come together and get to know each other. And we also recommend a more official mentoring program. In terms of fairness, fairness involves not only reducing bias, but increasing the perception of fairness. And we think it's pretty important to provide an opportunity for city employees to express all of their views about diversity and inclusion, including skepticism and confusion, and to learn to listen to divergent viewpoints and to recognize that there are these shared values. In communication, we particularly like the method of one-on-one meetings, and this is opposed to like an open door policy or like office hours. And what's good about this is you attract the voices that you might not hear. You get a lot of feedback from groups that tend not to come forward. When you have an open door policy, you get the same voices, and you don't hear from the excluded, the people who feel excluded. This is time consuming, but well worth it. Finally, we recommend a pretty comprehensive education program, and this depends on high levels of continued engagement. So basically that means you can't do one training and then you're done. You have to have formal trainings and workshops, but also a series we propose of informal trainings, small working groups, brown bag lunches, and Christy's going to talk just a little bit more about the education plan.
Thank you. So in the report, we did outline a very comprehensive education program that could be implemented over the next 18 months, 2018 through 2019. This is designed for employees, for leaders, and also for the community as well. Specifically, the plan involves these different areas. As Shanti said, the first, and we have a strong recommendation for doing a mission, vision, and value, creating a mission, vision, and value statement. So an initial training would include a two-part training where you have small groups where you discuss the value of diversity, as Shanti said, giving a forum for people to talk about their conflicting or confusion about the values of diversity and inclusion, to provide an opportunity for that, and then bring everyone together and have a large group session where you create a vision, a shared vision and mission statement. We also recommend a procedural justice and implicit bias training program. All employees can benefit from learning the skills in reducing their own biases and also increasing fairness and increasing trust with the public. Cultural competency to help manage and communicate with different cultural groups. A leadership for inclusion, which is a training that allows leaders and rising leaders to help create this sense of belonging in the community. Community night is something where you can share the work on reducing bias, cultural competency, and inclusion with the entire Elk Grove community. And then we also suggest a train-the-trainer model where we help train facilitators to allow this training program to continue into the future without ongoing involvement necessarily, but Elk Grove can then independently move on and continue this training program. Those are some of the training programs that we recommend as a whole that can be adopted in whole or in part as the city sees it fit to meet the needs that it has. So we do believe that Elk Grove is really on the road to becoming a national leader in diversity and inclusion. And we think with these recommendations and a customized education program that this city will provide the highest level of public service to its community. So we're happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Great presentation, and I love this, on our way to becoming a national leader. That's on diversity and inclusion. In your experience, it's easier to get people to engage if they're willing to engage, but how have you addressed maybe folks, they just want to come to work and they just want to do their thing and they don't want to engage in this topic? What is your recommendation about that?
I think that's why the first step would be a series of focus groups about why are we doing this? What's the benefit to me? What's the benefit to our city? It would be a place to come and talk about, you know what, I am not interested at all in this. And then hear from the other employees, your coworkers, your boss, why it's important to them. And really have an open dialogue on exactly that issue.
But so that gets me to, we're in the same room, one person wants to do it, the other person says they don't.
Mm-hmm.
So, what would entice them? What has been successful for you to entice folks to want to engage? And I want to extrapolate that broader, but at least in this environment, contained environment, what would you do?
I think you entice them, I don't know, with food, with coffee, I don't know. I think if you can get employees in the room to have a discussion, a really open, heartfelt discussion with their coworkers, I think you will see that people actually do want to participate in this, that it actually provides meaning and context to what they're doing. So I suspect that if you can get them in that room for that, you create a sense of belonging for not only minorities or women, but for the people who feel like they're somewhat excluded because the city is so much committed to this. So, I don't know if that answers your question exactly. I don't think you would require attendance from all employees for all of those.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Member Nguyen?
One of the recommendations was to assign an executive or manager role to the inclusion, assign an inclusion manager, leader person. And in your experience as experts in this, would you recommend that it's somebody that is an expert in this, or is this person just going to implement the strategy that is set before us? Because we've heard from a public comment earlier that it needs to be somebody, or it should be somebody that has experience in this.
Well, I think that Elk Grove is equipped with who it needs to be able to implement this this plan, from what we understand. And it is it's a very detailed, comprehensive program that I think can be implemented without bringing in an external person. Because the people who work here at Elk Grove know Elk Grove the best, and oftentimes that's the person that's best suited to implement this kind of a program.
I would also add that whoever is doing the education program, whether it's us or another firm, for at least the near future, they would be a resource for those, that person for sure would be included in the train the trainer, would be included in all of those, and then would learn a lot in that 6 months to 18 months.
So they don't necessarily need to be experts in this?
I wouldn't think, no.
Great, thanks.
Okay, Councilman Detrick.
Yeah, to piggyback on that, so when the contract's over, let's say we felt it would be worth having you guys on as a retainer, do you guys do that for, like, continually checking in, helping, maybe coming in and observing, and then afterwards critiquing some process improvements for this team leader that we would have?
Sure, yes.
Is that something you've done in the past?
We do. I don't think we have that formal of an arrangement with our clients, like being on retainer. We often do a lot of repeat trainings, workshops, consultations with cities. So, no and yes.
Okay, no, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question on an inclusion leader. Is that something that you envision as a full-time employee who's working on this, or somebody who's designated? I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
I think that is beyond the scope of, I don't, between time and budget, and I don't know. I would say the more time, the better. If you look at the recommendations, there's a lot of work that could be done. Obviously, it can't all be done, so.
Yeah. So, I mean, what I'm looking at this is a great recommendation. I'm just thinking that's a lot of time commitment. Would it look like somebody who's committed to this full time? Is that
It
something you
could
would
be,
recommend?
but we don't envision that, I don't think, but.
I think rather than thinking of it as the time devoted, it's somebody that's accountable, so there is an evaluation process that happens, so you can see, rather than recommendations that can possibly go off into non-implementation, you have somebody that's at least keeping track of what's being implemented and then adjusting for how effective it is, so an evaluation process that's ongoing. So that's really the key to having somebody that's designated, not necessarily the amount of time, but that they're monitoring it as it goes.
And then the implementation could take place over a longer period of time. Not all of this needs to be done immediately or ever. They're just recommendations. But it could be paced out, and, a plan could be set that this is going to be rolled out in 3 years.
I'm curious, and I didn't hear anything along these lines, but would you attribute the culture of an organization to the existing employees and the fact that there's a lack of diversity? Is that why one would see some of these opportunities to educate the workforce? Or what have you found along those lines?
I think we did see some feedback in the qualitative responses to the survey, that there was somewhat of a lack of that sense of belonging. But that actually went both ways. So there were quite a few employees that expressed that they kind of felt put off by this, and that perhaps a quality was being sacrificed for diversity, and that wasn't an infrequent comment. So I think the sense of belonging, that strong sense that we all belong here together, I think there was room for improvement, yes.
What are your thoughts on, something a little bit more permanent, maybe, I don't know, like a diversity task force that would be built in and could revisit this on a regular basis?
Yeah, we do recommend ongoing
Would something like that work?
evaluation. And I think one of the city is considering a team, like a team approach to this, which would work.
Would you, last question, would you recommend that this diversity task force, or this team, would include employees and also members of the community, like leaders, that's type of setup, or how would you see it? Yeah.
Christy says yes.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't thought through that, but
Yeah.
Logistically, I don't know.
Probably my question is more on your experience and what you guys have done in the past and what works.
I think community involvement is usually good. It slows the process down, but
Yeah, I do
it's
think.
worth considering, yes.
I think that would be a good idea to involve the community in some form, whether it's part of the task force or through these community nights where you have these facilitated conversations, is important for a government that's, government body that's providing services to the public.
Yeah. Another thought came into mind. What are your thoughts on, see, I'm a big proponent of looking within the organization, seeing opportunities that would arise for, let's say, advancement for women along the lines of higher management. What are your thoughts on some of the efforts that we can ask upper management, or some of the employees that are higher up on the totem pole, to mentor younger employees to develop inclusion and diversity? I mean, would something like that help within the organization?
Yes, we recommended specifically a more formalized mentoring program. Something else we recommended would be implementing into reviews. Part of what a performance review would be on your work on inclusion and mentoring and those kind of goals, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
I think that's it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I have just a few more slides to go over as we wrap up the presentation. So as Fog Break Justice highlighted, there's various strategies that they are recommending, and these are just a few of them, but I just wanted to kind of call them out. Is to establish a diversity and inclusion team of varying employees, establish a mentoring program or a buddy system, incorporate culturally specific elements into work activities, hold brown bag lunches around multicultural themes, blast counter stereotypes to employees to get them familiar with being routinely exposed to those, create a long-term education plan for formal training, workshops, and facilitated conversations, participate in regional training opportunities, maybe through the Institute for Local Government or GARE, the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, and evaluate belonging practices by conducting follow-up diversity, inclusion, and employee engagement surveys. So I don't list these to say this is what we're going to do. I'm just saying these are a couple examples that are in the inclusion strategy. So earlier this week, we were asked, what does our employment look like since we embarked on this effort a year ago? So the first report that came to the council was in May 2017. So I have a couple slides for you. So since the time period of April 11th, 2017 till this week, we've hired 49 employees. 25 of the employees have been white, 24 have been non-white. You can see their ethnicity breakdown below in the pie chart, but essentially it's half and half. The next slide is going to talk about the same time period of April 11th, 2017 to this week in terms of female versus male employees. You'll see that we hired 53% female. So now I'd like to take a few minutes and go over the inclusion strategy recommendations. Recommendation 1 is to amend and adopt policies so that the city is in compliance with current laws and regulations. So the city's Human Resource Department, in conjunction with the City Attorney's Office, will proceed with implementing the recommended policy changes, and we believe that we can make those changes by the end of the current calendar year. Recommendation number 2 is to assign an executive or a manager the role of the inclusion leader with the authority to act on this plan. The interim city manager proposes to appoint myself as the city's inclusion leader. The interim city manager also proposes to appoint a diversity and inclusion team consisting of employees across different departments and varying supervisor, managerial, and line level staff that focus on diversity, inclusion issues, and strategies in the city. The time frame for completion of this would be 1 month. The city manager is recommending me to do this duty. As one, I've been the point person on the issue since February of 2007. I was instrumental in working on both the first diversity audit as well as this diversity audit that's before you. I worked with the American Leadership Forum with the City Council to conduct the implicit bias training, and I worked with the Multicultural Committee to get them trained in implicit bias. As the city's deputy city manager, I also hold a position of authority to be able to bring different employees cross-departmentally that are diverse, that can come together to work on the inclusion strategy. So I'm excited and ready for this challenge. Recommendation number 3 is to create a strong diversity and inclusion vision statement, and the city will work with this diversity and inclusion team that we create, as well as our employees, to create a mission, vision, and value statement regarding diversity, inclusion, and equality, and we believe that we can complete this in 3 to 6 months. Recommendation number 4 is to adopt an education plan as proposed to implement over the next year. So we will review the recommended trainings with the diversity inclusion team and develop a training calendar. We believe that we can get a firm selected under contract, and that calendar can be developed in the next 3 months. And what I don't have on here is that the city has, in the current budget, we have $50,000 to complete diversity and inclusion training. The last recommendation, recommendation number 5, is to review and evaluate the new policies, implementation of best practices, and education plan when complete, and on a periodic basis. So the city is committed to continuing the dialogue amongst its employees and larger community and evaluating best practices that will make us a municipal leader in diversity and inclusion practices. We're working to join GARE, the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, who's pulling together a Northern California cohort to discuss this issue on a quarterly basis throughout the next year. And we're also continuing to work with the Multicultural Committee for them to be an ongoing community resource. So our plan is to report back to the City Council in 6 months on the status of the implementation of our inclusion strategy. So that's the conclusion of my report. I would like to pass the time over to the interim city manager, Jason Berriman, as he'd like to speak on the topic.
I'll try to make this brief, but I thought it would be remiss if I didn't take an opportunity to let the council and community hear from me on this issue. First, I want to thank the City Council for taking leadership role in this issue and directing staff to undertake this inclusion strategy and diversity audit. I think it's been a great opportunity for the city, its employees, and the community to engage in this. I also want to thank staff, Kara and Jackie and others who've engaged and worked so hard on this issue, and the consultants that we brought in, the American Leadership Forum and Miller Law Group and Fog Break Justice. They've done a great job and continue to educate us on this issue, and will be a great resource for the city going forward. And finally, I think maybe most importantly, I'd like to thank the community for bringing this issue to the forefront for us to continue to work on this and engage on this as a community. We think these issues are extremely important, and I want to start out by acknowledging the fact that there is work to be done. As a city, as a community, we're not content with the status quo. We want to do better. We want to get better. We want to make this an important issue for our employees and the larger community, and we commit to making improvements in this area. Regardless of what the audit says, I think the audit was a great start for us. I think the strategy is a great start. we're not content with kind of where we are. We want to do better. We want to be better. That's kind of one of the mantras we have as an organization is continuous improvement. And this is one area that we think we can focus on. I have complete confidence in CARE's ability to lead this effort, and I'm really excited about this diversity inclusion team to be formed, get employees that really want to participate in this and lead this effort from diverse backgrounds, from diverse departments and levels in the organization. I really think it's going to provide valuable insight into leadership within the city of Elk Grove. I think the diversity and inclusion strategy is excellent. There's some great recommendations, some training opportunities. It provides a great blueprint for the city of how we can move forward over the next 12 months. I look forward to implementing that, working with the council, working with our employees, and working with the community and our expert consultants over here to help us as we continue to improve in these areas. Finally, we're ready to roll up our sleeves and get to work. Look forward to doing that, making some of these changes, and then coming back to you in 6 months and reporting on how well we're doing, the changes we've been able to make, the progress that we've done, and then we'll be able to continue to engage with you and the community at that time. So that's all for me. I just wanted to make sure that the council and the community had an opportunity to hear from me on this important issue. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions? No? You know, I do have a question. I know that the police department has been doing this. There are efforts on the administration side to recruit in different type of venues that we usually would not go to recruit. You know, in terms of trying to attract a more diverse pool.
Yeah, there have been a lot of efforts, I think, on the police side as well as on the city side. Jackie or the chief, you guys want to weigh in maybe and talk about briefly some of the efforts we've made to engage in some of these communities?
There we go. Okay. So we have expanded our outreach with minority groups. I know that Chief and the HR department have both worked together to do a recruiting committee, and that recruiting committee is expanding. We're also looking at kind of analyzing those different outreach events that we're going to and figuring out which ones are, you know, most beneficial.
Okay, all right. Chief?
Yeah, I can add a little bit to that. I think we've spoken about this a number of times in these chambers. With respect to our recruitment efforts, you know, we've affiliated with the Links to Law Enforcement program through, and they have a number of different cohorts. We've connected with ARI, La Familia, the Sacramento Urban League, specific to Links to Law Enforcement. In addition to that, we've attended the Pride Festival previously. I don't have the list in front of me here tonight, but we've made a considerable effort to increase our outreach, and I think that's been reflected in our hiring pool over the last several months. You know, one thing I will say relative to these recommendations, a few of the recommendations that I heard earlier this evening and I read previously in this report have given me some additional reason to re-examine our efforts as it relates to former military recruiting of that group, women's groups in particular, and so there's certainly some good nuggets in there for us to follow, but you know, we've been an open book relative to our recruitment efforts, and I think it's paid some dividends. But as Mr. Behrman said earlier, I think we can always do better and should strive to do that.
Yeah. The other thing I'm curious is, I know that I had asked a question to the Miller Law Group in regards to the inclusion leader, and of course, I know that Kara is stretched thin. What are your thoughts in terms of, you know, having, I don't know, if we were to go in the direction of a diversity task force where it's ongoing as opposed to like an ad hoc, how would you envision that, and would like a Kara be able to lead that and engage with the community and also employees and the respective, you know, department heads and what have you?
You know, Kara and I have spoken about this pretty at length, as I'm sure you can imagine, and I wouldn't ask her to do it if she wasn't fully willing to do it and wasn't excited to do it. I think she is, and she expressed that. As far as how we engage, as far as a team or a task force, I think what we're envisioning, and this can certainly change over time, but that as we form first kind of an internal employee committee team to work on some of these kind of issues.
Yeah.
But we also continue to engage the community, and that could turn into some type of diversity inclusion committee that engages the broader community. Maybe there's opportunities to explore that concept as we get into this a little bit further down the road, is what might that look like? How do we engage in that effort? So I'm not really prepared right now to kind of make that final recommendation for you, but I think it's certainly worth exploring, worth discussing as we start to engage in this, is what might that look like. I think we're continuing to engage here. I think the ultimate goal is for us to increase our outreach, increase our diversity, and create an organization that is fully committed to inclusiveness, equity, and addressing some of those things. So I think we have the ability in-house to, I think, address these and to follow the blueprint that's been outlined for us in this strategy through this committee, through CARE's efforts. I think we can address it, and we can reevaluate in 6 months, right? We'll come back to the council, we'll see how it's going. It may be that there's a different recommendation 6 months or a year from now. We may say, hey, this is something, we want to do something different. It's going to take some additional effort. There may be a recommendation down the road that changes. But right now, the way we're seeing this, we think we have the tools in place to effectively move forward.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure.
All right. Anything else, members? No, we're good. All right. Let's go to public comment. First, want to open public comment. First speaker we have in line is Amr Shagil. Following Amr Shagil is Kendra Lewis.
And again, Mr. Shergill earlier today submitted some a presentation that he wants to go along with his comments. It was not submitted in accordance with our 24-hour policy, but if you want us to pull him up, we can pull him up as he makes his comments.
Yeah, you know what, I thank you for your patience earlier, and I think maybe we'll avoid that and try to keep things tighter here without the slides. Thank you again for letting me speak. I want to commend Ms. Rettig for stepping forward and volunteering to lead this project. I think it's commendable that if she looks around, the people that work for the city of Elk Grove, and she sees that nobody has experience doing this job, and that even though she doesn't have experience, she wants to learn and grow in the position. But this is not a part-time thing for the deputy to take on. We need somebody who's really focused on this and has some experience. When Councilmember Swen said we want somebody that can engage others, it's difficult for the deputy to engage employees when the employees are worried about what their responses are going to mean for their career. And, let's be frank, we want the city employee community to be led by somebody that knows this issue and has been focused on this issue, not just starting now. When we brought this issue, a group of citizens brought this issue forward, it was something that had persisted for many years, yet no city employee was bringing forward to the council as an urgent issue. The council had not brought it forward. And now, over a year later or so, we got this report, and I asked on Friday, no, actually on Monday, I said, well, once we brought this issue forward, tell me how you've been doing since then. How's the hiring been going, women, minorities, salaries, since we know we have this real problem that we brought to you quite a while ago. And at that time, I was informed that that nobody in the city has ever looked at those numbers. We will put those numbers together, and we will bring them to you. Nobody in the council had ever followed up with those numbers. It's the first thing that I asked, how are you guys doing? And what we found was women are still getting paid less, minorities are still getting paid less. So I have blind spots in the work that I do. We all have blind spots. Nobody can be everything to everybody all the time. But we need somebody who works, not exclusively on this, maybe they have other duties, but somebody who really cares all the time about these issues. I am not prepared, and you shouldn't be prepared, to sacrifice the careers of current employees and the future careers of prospective employees because we all didn't care about this issue long enough, and we didn't care about it right now. A week ago, we didn't even know whether we were paying women less than we were a year and a half ago when we started this process. That's not acceptable. We've got to do better than that. And I will tell you, the strategies I saw were great. I really love the strategies that we're going to put forward. But we need somebody who's really focused on it. And I'll tell you one thing in the reports that we saw, what we didn't see in there, and I'm going to try to be quick here, is that 66% of Black or African American employees said they strongly disagree or they're neutral that the city is committed to a diverse workforce. So when you take out the white workforce, the numbers change quite a bit. 66% of Asian and Latino employees strongly disagree or are neutral that the city recognizes the value of a diverse workforce. I'm going to wrap up and get out of your way. But what that means is that the minority employees, put aside the others, the minority employees for a moment, the ones we're really targeting, they aren't satisfied. How are they going to respond if you say that somebody who has been part of this dissatisfaction is now in front of you saying, we're going to fix this, and yet it's not somebody that looks like you. It's not somebody who has any familiarity with these issues. It's not somebody that's been asking you about these issues for a long time. This is not the fault of city employees. You should all put them in a position to succeed. Give them help. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Kendra Lewis is our next speaker. Following Kendra is Eliane Murphy Hassan.
Good evening. I come before you tonight as a member of the initial community committee that spoke up in support of the diversity report. And my concern this evening, I come to you as well as representing a few organizations in our community. And our concern about the report tonight is that as we gathered together to come to this point, there were promises made to the committee. And the first promise that was made was that we would do this together. And at every point, we would do this together. I am very proud of the fact that we've come this far. I want to state that the last year, if not 2 years, have been very tough for the city of Elk Grove and citizens for a lot of issues of race, for our young people in the school district, and that we've been trying. And I think it's critically important to acknowledge the fact that when we try to figure out a solution to some of the issues, especially race, which is difficult, we've tried to come together. The problem that I have and my concern is that the committee did not have access to the report or knowledge of the report coming out before Friday. And we were told that we would be a part of that process before today. And so although some of the recommendations are great, there's a lot of questions I think we would have had as committee members that we should have been afforded the opportunity before today. And the biggest concern with some of the recommendations are the fact that it is all employee focused. When we as the committee came before you, we as the committee worked to get a budget that would hire professionals that presented to you today that would be substantial enough for them to do an extensive report. However, as the committee, we've been totally cut out the process, and the recommendations are for employees only. My other concern with employees is that several employees, as it relates to some of the community issues have gone on, have not been in the community. They've not been to some of the community meetings we've had about race, about culture and diversity. And it's concerning to have staff be in charge when something as basic as maybe coming to a meeting and learning more about how we feel and who we are is important. So we are asking that you consider bringing the committee back in this process so we can further discuss some of the recommendations, so we can support and work together as a committee and as a community. This process is critically important. I agree with Amr that the deputy assistant manager position is important, and it cannot be shared with this type of position. Whether it be a volunteer position, whether it be budget, it is important to us that that this position is, that this leadership position especially is someone who is dedicated and well knowledgeable and can work with the community, especially those in the community that represent the city that we all strive for, and the community that we all strive for. So I hope that you will consider tabling the recommendations, and we go back to committee and we talk together to see if we can work something out and move forward. Thank you.
Ms. Lewis, before you go, two quick question. How would you imagine the inclusion leader? Would that be a community-based person, or is that somebody from the employee part?
One of the things we discussed at the community was the budget, was that when if you all recall, or Stephanie and Pat remember, we talked about having the recommendations come out of the report and we come back because we wanted to align a budget to it. And I think that in order to really make that recommendation, we have to come back and put a budget. There's a lot of recommendations that will cost the city money. And I think that it's important to just bring it back so we can talk about what the outcomes are and what the budget will be. And I don't think that we are in a position to do that yet.
So the second part of this is I'm going to be proposing to my colleagues to turn the ad hoc into a diversity task force.
Yes.
Would you be in support of that?
I would be in support of a task force as long as it is not tied to the Multicultural Committee, because we also discussed in the meeting that we would not use that because the Multicultural Committee is made up of mostly appointments. It's very political. And we wanted to make sure that it is inclusive of community members that are not part of that process.
Okay, the only issue is how would you appoint people onto the diversity committee?
I don't know yet. I can think about that. and
Right, I
come back
mean,
to you.
you know, some way, somehow we have to appoint someone, right?
Well, appointments, but I mean, you could just continue the committee that you've been working with. Why not just use us? We're already here.
Okay.
Mayor, can I?
Okay,
So
go ahead.
thank you, Ms. Lewis, for speaking. And I know you were really involved when Councilmember Hume and I did the two meetings. And my recollection is after we did the second meeting and everybody that was there, we had written down notes about what the committee wanted to see. And we took all of those.
That's right.
And we then put it out there to put an RFP out there for folks that were going to address those. And I recall that I did ask the committee, did we want to check in? And I think, and I, you know, and you can remind me if I'm not correct, but the committee decided that we needed, or we had whatever we needed, everything already, and that to just go ahead and put that out and then wait for the report to come in. Now, Ms. Maureen Kraft was assisting us in reading all of the proposals, and thank you, Ms. Kraft, for your hours spent in reading all of the proposals and assisting us in selecting the Miller Group and the FOG to assist us in this. But once that report was then released, Ms. Redding then contacted the committee only, not the community, not the entire community, but just the committee that the two meetings that we had with the committee, and offered a meeting to see if anybody wanted to discuss it further. Now, this report came out, and that's when we all got a chance to see it as well, too, right? And so I think, I agree, the committee needs to come back again, but that was the recommendation of the committee at the second meeting after Councilmember Hume and I met with all of you, and you gave the recommendation. And the recommendation was then that the committee wanted us to just move it forward, appointing Ms. Maureen Kraft to work with us on selecting.
That is
somebody.
absolutely correct, but we also were very clear about, as the report, we wanted to be a part of that process when the report came out. So you're absolutely correct on all of those steps, but it was just this last step that we were not a part of.
And then as far as the task force, I agree. I think we've got yourself, Ms. Maureen Kraft, Mr. Amar Shergill, Lynn Waite. We had a really good group
did.
of folks that were really involved and gave some really good
Mr.
input.
Jeffries.
That if we wanted to continue that, rather than putting a whole task force together and just hold these community-driven process, I think we did an excellent job working together and
I agree.
taking in your information and bringing it forward to the council and to the staff here.
I would agree with that. I think that was, we felt comfortable and with moving forward, and I think we had your word that would happen. And so we were very comfortable with the RFP process. We were comfortable with the audit going, you know, all of the details, but we didn't just want to step away. So the recommendations that are being made is as though we are not still part of the process, and that's what's concerning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Eliane Murphy Hassan. Following her is Tracy Stafford.
I'm not in the best of health this evening, but so bear with me. I stand before you. My name is Eliane Murphy Hassan. I'm a 27-year resident of Elk Grove, and I'm also the first vice president for the Greater Sacramento NAACP. And as one of those agencies that brought this issue up and was participating, I got no notice of the meetings that you've had prior to the big meeting that we had. So I do have my business card in my pocket, so just in case there's other meetings, I would be included in that. I tend to not stand at these podiums without a prepared presentation. I'm not prepared to do that today because I did not get a chance to see that report prior to this meeting. And getting it on a Friday, or some people got it on a Monday, and if it went out on a Friday and I did get it, I don't open my, as a volunteer organization, I tend to take the weekend off. So if I did get it, I have not been able to see it and respond to it. So I'm a little disappointed in that. I want to thank the interim city manager for recognizing the community's involvement and participation, and I hope that that continues. We need to be at every step of the way. The road was bit rocky a little bit. It is smoothened a lot, but we still got some potholes. And I think with the community's input, we can tar those babies down so that we'll have a smooth transportation from here on in. And so I applaud you for all the efforts, but we just can't let it fall off the table now. So continue to seek our support, continue to work with those who care about this community as you do, and I think we will have a city that we will all be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Tracy Stafford, and our last speaker is Maureen Kraft.
Good evening. I was also a part of the ad hoc committee and received the report on Friday, and wish that we did have more time to get together and actually just talk a little bit about it, because I pretty much echo everything that's been said before, and especially the fact that I think the plan is wonderful. I mean, all of the components are there, which I am absolutely thrilled about. I personally am a cultural competency trainer and an implicit bias trainer, and one thing that I was looking for was, will their individual biases be identified? Because the training is worthless if you don't identify your own biases. That's where the work really begins. And having said that, this is a very delicate situation. This isn't like a sales training or a how to run a meeting training. Some folks have very difficult times actually acknowledging what their challenges are and or their biases are, which challenges. So having said that, I believe there truly does need to be a leader that understands the psychology of this and the sociology of this. This is not a usual situation. And also having somebody who is in authority is another challenge, because there's a confidentiality piece to this. I mean, there's some deep digging that happens. And again, I've been doing this for several years. And there's some deep digging that happens that opens up some areas that maybe you don't want your employer to know about. So having said that, I just think there's not a true understanding of the type of work that's going to be done. And it won't just end when the classes end. It's continuous. So there does need to be someone who understands what's happening, the psychology, the sociology of it, that can follow it through the end. And I will say I was also especially pleased to hear that Elk Grove is on its way to be a model city for equity and inclusion, which is one of my platforms. So to hear it 3 or 4 times tonight is absolutely wonderful. So thank you for your efforts. I think it's a wonderful start. I hope that we continue to work with the ad hoc committee, because we have a lot of information and value to add to what it is that you're doing. So thank you.
Okay, our next speaker and final speaker is Maureen Kraft.
Good evening, Mayor Lee and the council. Excuse me. I want to definitely thank the Miller Group for all your efforts. I thought the report was good, and I think that, once again, I think that we definitely need to be more engaged with the rollout of some of the things that they suggested that we do. As a person who came to this committee, the ad hoc committee, with expertise in HR, I really believe that we definitely need to continue to work going forward with the task force. You've asked that several times tonight of people, Mayor Lee, and I think we do need a diversity task force, someone who works hand in hand with whomever at the city will take over that position of a diversity and inclusion leader. Do you think it needs to be a full-time job? I would think it would need to be a full-time job. Most major cities have diversity and inclusion leaders who help assist their employees kind of, you know, travel the road through the diversity issues. One thing that did not happen in the report, and the Miller Group brought it up, is she stated that we didn't ask for an applicant hiring analysis, and we actually did ask for an applicant hiring analysis. One of our key questions was we wanted to know, because it was stated by the HR department of Elk Grove that we didn't have enough qualified employees. That's been said several times. So we did want to know who was applying for the job, how that looked on the scope of diversity, and who was actually hired from those jobs. So in saying that, I do hope that going forward that we can work together as a diversity task force for the city, and also make a suggestion that you do look to hire a full-time diversity and inclusion leader. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing that there are no additional public speaker, want to close public comment? Open for deliberation. All right, members. Member Hume, go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank all of the members of the public that helped sort of shape this process a little bit early on, brought it to our attention, and then helped shape the process. And I want to thank the folks that we contracted to do the work for the work product that they put out. I think it's a very extensive report. It highlights some areas for potential improvement, but it more or less says that there is no malicious happenings going on, that anything is being done intentionally to skew numbers one way or the other. But I think a lot of the comments from the members of the public, to my estimation, is a little bit putting the cart before the horse. And that now we have the data, we have some work product that we can move forward with. You know, it's not, I won't call it low-hanging fruit, but it's definitely deliverable items. And there's also another phase of this whole process that we accounted for in the beginning, but decided to separate out so that we could get to this point, have a check-in, and then move on with the next phase of more of implementation and training and all of that type of stuff. So I would think it's high time for the ad hoc committee to get back together with the members of the public to do a deeper dive into this report and the conclusions and the recommendations. As Kara puts together a team that starts to look at how to implement some of the recommendations. And then we also move forward with the next step with fog break. I keep wanting to call you daylight justice, fog break justice, for some of that next stage of training, or if, you know, if we go out to an RFP and RFQ for the next phase. So I think we're not at a precipice here, and people are treating like this is the end-all, be-all of this process. This is simply, we now have the information that informs our next decisions, and so now we need to get together and talk about what those next decisions should be.
Councilman Datry.
Yeah, some very good points, Councilman Hume, and I agree with you. And wanted to also thank Fog Break, and you guys did in the Miller Group, you guys did a great job on the report. I'm not surprised by the report. I was always felt that we were doing a good job, and that's why we hired you guys as professionals to give us an audit to see how we're doing. And I think what your recommendations are will take us from good to great. And I think with Jason running the ship right now and Kara taking this position on, I think bringing on a diversity team is the way to go. And I think most of this is going to be done internally. I mean, I've worked for a large corporation for 44 years. And we do a lot of internal work, but then we bring in consultants. And so that's where my question was to the Fog Break team, that if you guys do consulting beyond just the contract, whether it's another RFP, I think that's where that constant check-in and you were help, it's train the trainer, and then you can actually be an independent party that can do some of the actual check-ins with the employees. So there is that confidentiality that isn't being done with the employees.
Okay.
So,
Member Nguyen? Oh, sorry.
That would be kind of piggyback, I think, what the recommendation from Councilman Hume was kind of a phased step in what we're doing. And again, plan, I believe, is to have a 6-month check-in. And I think we have, obviously, there's some, in the guidance that was given, in the recommendation from the professionals that we hired, was there's short, medium, and long-term goals. And as long as we keep pecking away at that, we have check-ins, we have a balance checking us with a consultant, I think we'd be in good shape, as well as a blend of checking in with the community and getting their feedback as well.
Okay. Member Nguyen?
I am in agree with Councilmember Hume in that the intent was always to bring this back as an ad hoc committee to the community members that were there at the meeting, but we needed to see the report. Some of the things in the report were surprising, but not completely surprising, and I think the report gives us something to work off of. And the intent was always to work with the community on getting the strategy or the recommendations together, but we needed to have the report first to show us what the findings were for us to take it back. I think having Kara be the person that we appoint or for now, and then maybe including the community as we discuss this further, maybe it will be that this needs to be a full-time position, that we need to bring somebody outside in. But I think for now, we want to move this forward. We don't want to delay this much longer. And I think working with all of you, Maureen and Tracy and Kendra, on this report and seeing how we can move this forward, we want to work with you. This is really important to us. And so I think that's the direction which I want to move forward in, is moving this forward, but definitely including all of you in this.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to echo the comments that were made earlier. I want to thank the community members who brought this, to our attention. I don't think it was, honestly, it was on our radar. So I'm thankful that you guys did do that. And I know it took us a while to get there, but we did. And I want to thank the staff and all the team and the consultants that worked so hard on this and put this together. But I want to see things continue to go forward. I think the data that was mentioned earlier is just a mark in time. This is where we're at, and we want to keep investing and going down that road towards being a national model, as opposed to falling back if we don't do anything. I think Councilmember Nguyen and Hume also mentioned about, maybe Detrick as well, but utilizing the resources that we have currently in-house. I'm not opposed to hiring someone for this position in the future, but at this time, I think we can take a measured approach, use the resources that we have, leverage the consultants that are there, leverage the ad hoc committee that's already in place. I do want to leverage the multicultural committee because they are a resource, whether they were originally created for something more along this line, but that what it had become is more. I know there's a lot of criticism about the festival, so let's not let that lie. They've gone through implicit bias training. They're moving towards a path where they can actually join in the conversation and I think be a resource to us. So anyway, with that, that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I mean, where I was going with this, obviously, is I believe in a diversity task force. That's what I would be pushing forward. I also recognize the fact that we're taking one step at a time. We have some data. We want to look at it. I am concerned that some of the ad hoc committee members felt that they weren't included, regardless of what actually happened or what didn't happen. These are all signs that we need to go back and try to figure out how to make everyone feel included, which begs the question, right? This is the reason why we're here in the first place. So long-term wise, I think that diversity, inclusion, all the efforts that we need to push forward, it is full-time. This is not something that we'll be content with having a celebration of a festival on a annual basis and that's sufficient. It's not. We recognize that. As much as I appreciate the multicultural committee and their efforts in trying to bring folks to be included, I think there is more. And so I would support the ad hoc reconvening, but I would think that ultimately I would love to see a full-time person directing this, coordinating all the efforts. And that, and one of the speakers had said this too, that some of these issues may be sensitive, and I think it's important for this particular position to be shielded in HR, certainly at a higher level, and not necessarily just us trying to patch things up and taking the easy way out. It's a hard topic. These are issues that we don't want to talk about, but it is a reality. We see the implicit bias, we see the issues within the community that are built in, and not recognizing, not willing to step up to it, will be doing a disservice for us. So as to the two members on the ad hoc, if they support that, they want to reconvene, that I would support that as well. But I would love to see some more of a long-term, efforts. But I would support, sitting down and having conversation. But ultimately, I would love to see a full-time inclusion person. I would love to see a diversity task force. Okay? Anything else? Okay.
Well,
Go ahead, Vice
well, just for clarification, I think we're I think eventually, why don't we do this? Jason mentioned 6 months, so why don't we do a check-in in 6 months and
Take
see?
it back in 6 months. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah, fine with that. I think the important part is making sure that the initially appointed ad hoc committee members feel like they're being engaged. And what I'm hearing tonight is that they felt that they weren't, and that's alarming to me. So.
Okay.
So I think the direction that what we have is to continue to move forward with implementation of the strategy. We'll report back in 6 months. At the same time, the ad hoc committee will reconvene and continue the dialogue. Is that accurate?
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Members, I hate to cut out, but I have a flight that I have to catch, so I do apologize, members of the public. I'm going to be on a business trip for the city to attend an innovative mayor's conference up in Michigan. So I do apologize. See, one of the other things that I wanted to save this towards the end, or a good opportunity to present, but I'll just go ahead and put it here and provide copies. And so if you would indulge me, members. I had my friends in Sacramento forward me a community workforce training agreement in which they have adopted yesterday. I will provide this to my counterpart in the ad hoc and also to Councilman Hune, Vice Mayor, and I'll provide one to the city clerk so that he can provide to the various departments, city attorney, city manager, public works. This is something that I think is a product that we need to be taking a closer look at. I think that they have the right idea, and what they push forward is inclusion. This is something that will be able to slingshot us on a fast track to getting what I have asked initially, which is to bring back to the council a community workforce training agreement. So with that being the case, I have to bounce out, but I'll provide this to you, Vice Mayor.
So Mayor, just so you know, we have an ad hoc on this topic next week, and this is staff already has this and has been circulating it and reviewing it for our conversation at the meeting next week. But thank you for bringing it anyway.
No, that's fine. Yeah, I want to make sure that everyone has copies of it. So, this is something that I did have a chance to review, and I want to take a closer look at it. Thank you.
We're going to go up to, back to item 9.1, Jason?
Yeah, that'll take us, we will return back to section 9 of our public hearings, starting with item 9.1, which is a public hearing to consider a general plan, community plan amendment, and special planning area amendment for the Mendez property in Poppy Keys Southwest Rezone Project.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members, Christopher Jordan. I'll try to be brief with this presentation in the interest of time. Before you this evening are amendments to the Southeast Policy Area Community Plan and Special Planning Area document, which, as you'll recall, was adopted by the council initially in summer of 2014. The two sites before you are the Mendez property, which is located at the southwest corner of Bilby Road and Bighorn, as well as the Poppy Key Southwest site, which is along the south side of Poppy Ridge Road, just east of Bighorn. I'll skip through this very briefly, but again, you know Southeast is an employment-oriented development with a mix of employment and residential uses and a diverse range of housing densities. Original plan approval in the summer of 2014. There was a first amendment in March of 2015 that I'll highlight briefly in a moment, and we've had a couple of projects since approved. We anticipate those going into construction soon as the city's construction efforts, as you'll see below, with the Shed C drainage corridor, the lift station, the design work on the Shed C corridor and permitting, the Bilby Road construction, Bighorn Boulevard construction that are in process. I'll remind the council very briefly, about this time last year, you considered and approved an amendment on the Reardon Park site project that is within the Laguna Ridge specific plan just north of Southeast, shown here along between Whitelock and Poppy Ridge Road, between Bighorn and Lots Parkway, about halfway between those two. Originally, the specific plan was a 40-acre site, and the provision in 2017 reduced the park site down to 29 acres with a 10-acre elementary school site. Part of that essentially created about a 9-acre credit for parkland that is the subject and part of the project here this evening, as you can see here on this slide. The school site relocation, the sites jumped around a little bit between Laguna Ridge and Southeast over about the last decade or so, originally in Laguna Ridge, then moved to Southeast, and now back in Laguna Ridge with the Reardon project last year. In terms of policies, do want to highlight for you the Southeast Policy Area Policy 12, and in particular Action 1, the first bullet point there. Southeast includes provisions that limit the amount of reduction in office or industrial lands that could occur through future projects, essentially creating a floor by which the 2014 approval set. We can move acreage around subject to a 4/5 vote of the council, but you can't reduce the acreage below that. And that's important because back in 2015, just about 6 months into the plan, should actually say March of 2015, the council approved an amendment that added about 10 acres of office along the Lots Parkway corridor just south of Whitelock to reflect some additional engineering work we had done. So in a sense, and use a colloquial term, has created about a 10-acre bank of office land within the plan. Eventually, we're 10 acres more than what was approved in the summer of 2014. So the proposal before you this evening, you can see the existing plan from Mendez on the left side, the proposed plan on the right. So what it would do is reduce this park site from 20 acres down to 9.3 acres and reconfigure it slightly, reduce the office land from 23 acres down to about 13 acres gross. Low-density residential would be expanded and a medium-density residential block would be added, and the school site would expand a little bit and shift slightly based upon requests from Elk Grove Unified. In terms of the net acreage changes, you can see that here. What this essentially does is it reduces the park site based upon the credit created for Reardon, reduces the office site in recognition of that bank of office land for Lots Parkway, and reflects some other changes that staff's been working through based on Shed C and the Elk Grove school site. For Poppy Key Southwest, again, the school site's being removed. The recommendation here is to extend the medium-density residential that's on either side of it fully across and add some additional parkland based upon the increase in residential development. And here you can see the acreage numbers. These are all highlighted in the staff report. The final change proposed this evening is the roadway design for Poppy Ridge Road. The current plan treats this as would any other residential collector, but given the configuration of the road and its relationship to Laguna Ridge and the cross sections that are approved there, which you can see on this slide, and again, it's detailed out in the staff report, there are some recommended changes, essentially in what we refer to as segments 1, which would be west of the Reardon Park site, and segment 3, which would be east of the Reardon Park site, which is this block here. These would be a no on-street parking condition, so you would see there's a bike lane, the travel lanes, separated sidewalks on either side. On the Southeast Policy side, there would be a little bit larger landscape corridor than on Laguna Ridge, but it's all back on condition with houses. On the Laguna Ridge side, they're side-on conditions. For the segment along the park and the school site, you would allow for parking on both sides of the street, so create some synergy with those uses and recognition of the drop-off that would occur and then the sports uses that would likely occur with that park on the weekends. In terms of environmental review, there was an EIR prepared for SEPA and certified in 2014. The proposed revisions are consistent with that analysis, and staff is recommending no further review required pursuant to the SEPA guidelines. This table and what's outlined in the staff report shows the trip generation analysis between these changes, and it's all a reduction across the board for both halves of the project. Your Planning Commission did review this a couple of weeks back. They noted a few things relative to the project. First, that the Mendez site is not disconnected from other employment areas. It's part of what they saw as a continuous band with the larger block that occurs to the east of the Mendez site. They were concerned about the timing of the request, being that it's only about 4 years from the original adoption of Southeast, that we're still seeing projects start to come out of the ground, really based upon the improvements the city's completing at this time. And that while Southeast provides a process for amendment and reduction of the office site on Mendez, the Planning Commission was not supportive of that change, essentially given the timing issues and broader concerns about just because you can do something, maybe you don't necessarily want to do something. Their recommendation to you this evening is a 4-1 for denial, which is what was attachment 1 of your packet would provide for that denial resolution. I will note the Commissioner's fees noted that the Southeast policy area is designed with broad brushstrokes and employment lands could move around as long as they're overall net neutral, so he was the dissenting vote in that action. Staff's recommendation to the Planning Commission, and what continues to be our recommendation to you this evening, is that you find no further review required pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, that you approve the resolution of intent to amend the SEPA Community Plan, which is part of the general plan for the project, and introduce and waive the full reading of the amendment to the SEPA Special Planning Area document. Concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions, and the applicant team is here this evening.
Thank you, Christopher. Any questions for CJ? No? Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to open for public comment. I see Lynn Wheat signed up to speak.
Before we
Applicant first.
We want to declare the public hearing open and then give an opportunity for the applicant
I
for opening
apologize,
comments.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Catherine Bardis, and I am here tonight to represent the project applicant. The staff report, as well as the staff presentation, clearly outlined our position and the request for the changes, so I will keep this brief. As noted, when SEPA was approved 4 years ago, it was under the interpretation and understanding that it was a plan that was meant to bring forth changes so long as it complied with certain land use requirements, and that specifically the commercial or office designation remained net neutral, which we feel like we've put forth in this plan tonight. That being said, we did initially object to the original plan, just to put it on the record, especially as it pertains to the Mendez project, that we didn't agree with the certain land use designations that were originally put on the Mendez property. That being said, we did work with staff for the past, I feel like, 4 years since the plan was originally approved to come up with something tonight that we feel like is a plan that can be implemented imminently, and something that we and staff are all very happy with. When looking at all of SEPA as well as Bruceville Meadows as a whole, we considered all the surrounding land use designations when looking at the rezone. So Mendez in particular has low-density residential as well as medium-density residential, and we think that this is dynamic and appropriate for the surrounding areas. If you look to the west for Bruceville Meadows, you will see estate residential as well as low-density residential, and then directly to the east in part of the Sousa land and in part of CESA, there is quite a bit of mixed-use, village center, high-density residential, and medium-density residential. So we feel like the changes in the Mendez plan are appropriate to have both low-density and then moving into the medium-density residential. So we think it's a very well thought-out plan. We worked very hard with staff to come up with something that everyone is happy with, and the plan changes mainly were driven by the Reardon Park change in the beginning. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Catherine. Any questions for Catherine? No?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now, sorry, folks. opening for public comment. Invite Lynn Week up to speak.
Good evening. I'm just here to say that I'd like you to support the Planning Commission's recommendations. I was there that night, and I feel that they made some extremely good, valid points, and that if we are to consider this an employment center area, my concern with this broad brush is we could broad brush it all into housing developments. And so if we don't set the boundaries sometime with this, that this is going to happen. Now, if this is going to happen, I'd just like to hear that from you, because even before this plan was adopted, there were many meetings with the working industry group, and there were many meetings with the general public to come up with this plan. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lynn. I think that's the only speaker I had signed up to speak, so with that, I'll close public comment, and I'll invite the applicant back up if they'd like to come up. No? All right, thank you. So with that, I'll declare public hearing closed. Council deliberation and direction. Councilman Hume.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. So I took the opportunity to speak with a couple of the planning commissioners after their decision prior to this meeting, just to get a sort of a straw poll feeling as to where their discomfort lay. And to Ms. Wheat's point, there isn't an opportunity to broad brush into entirely residential because the plan requires that there can be no net loss. It does allow for the moving of acreage. And I think that for the planning commissioners I spoke with, the dissenting planning commissioners, they were uncomfortable with this idea of a bank property being available. But the reality is that bank was created with the realignment of a particular roadway that changed some land out of residential into office. And so, as was stated by the applicant, they had been protesting the concentration of land uses on this Mendez property. And so when the opportunity came up that there was quote unquote available office acreage, they chose that as a possibility to swap some of their office acreage out. So it is consistent with the plan and that there's no net loss. And I think that the planning commissioners did the job that they were supposed to do, which is basically bounce it up to make a policy decision. And I think that the policy decision from where I sit is that these banks are far and few in between. I don't anticipate another one being created anytime in the near future. And so, you know, as you move forward with the implementation of a plan, you kind of realize where some holes are. And then with respect to the Poppy Keys, you know, when we made the decision to move the school site up to the Reardon Park, it obviously left a land use designation that's no longer needed or appropriate. So I am in favor of the conversion there as well.
Okay, Councilman Detrick.
CJ, thanks for condensing the report. I'd had the chance to meet with you at my briefing and get this in detail, and met with stakeholders as well. Yeah, I agree. I mean, we were very specific when we laid this out, that it's a 10,000-foot bubble plan. And the key was that we would not swap out and have a net differential. And this didn't do that as far as our business district, employment base, and residential. So this met all the goals that we set forth in the direction that we've had with planning staff in order to kind of constantly be tweaking these little plus or minus. And I think there's actually a better use with that additional acreage at the new location than at the existing location. So I'll support this as well.
No comment? So I'll just quickly add, for me, I mean, neither Councilmember Wynn nor I were part of the planning of it, but so I do want to say that the bank that was created on when the city realigned the road and wasn't part of the original plan. But for me, there's a complex Reardon Park resolution that took place. It was something that happened back when Laguna Ridge was formed and the park, you know, anyway, I don't want to get into it today, but I would just say all this is part of a complex resolution, so I don't think it's as straightforward as what it might seem. So with that, I would also support this action to again, resolve this, the Ridden Park issue.
So I'll move motion 1.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
And I'll move
Opposed?
motion 2, introduce and waive a full reading by substitution of title only, an ordinance amending the Southeast Policy Area Special Planning Area for the Mendez property and Poppy Keys Southeast Rezone Project EG 17003.
A motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Abstain? Okay, motion passes. And option 3, providing staff with further direction. Does anybody have anything further? Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
I think the only additional comment would be is I know Councilman Hume and I have both in the past not been real favorable on RD7. So, you know, as you're planning that area out, you know, let's see what we can end up with that's maybe a little bit more creative and make that area special.
I would add on to that, and we need a range of housing within the whole city. So if there's a way to encourage something more dense than RD7, we would very much like to see that.
So I was going to save this item for the general plan update, but I concur wholeheartedly. I think it's ridiculous that MD, medium-density residential, includes all the way down to 7.1 to the acre. That, to me, is not the intent of what medium-density residential is.
All right, next item.
Take us on to item 9.2, which is a public hearing to consider major design review amendment and minor deviation for parking for the Laguna Point Amendment Project.
Good evening.
Hello.
I will try to keep this brief. The project consists of a design review amendment to the previously approved Laguna Point project. The project site is located at the northeast corner of Laguna Springs and Laguna Boulevard. Here is the approved site plan from 2005. The project was originally approved by the City Council, so that is why the project is before you tonight. The project proposes to amend the previous approvals to modify the Office Building 3, which was originally approved as a 3-story office building, to a future 107-room hotel and a 5,000 square foot future retail building. What was approved as a 2-story office building is proposed to here, Office 2, to become a 3-story office building. The eastern drive and the site circulation have been amended as well. Here are the elevations for the new Office 2 building. The design is similar to the office buildings currently constructed on the site. The project includes a minor deviation for parking for less than a 10% reduction, and staff does support this recommendation. There's no further CEQA review pursuant to CEQA guidelines. I recommend approval of the project and conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Sarah. Any questions for Sarah?
No, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to declare the public hearing open, invite the applicant up to speak. Any comment? No. He says no. All right, thank you, Mr. Mason. With that, I'll open public comment, and I don't see anybody signed up to speak, unless I'm looking at it wrong. Am I looking at it wrong? Okay. That, I will close public comment, and I'm going to assume Greg doesn't want to, Mr. Mason doesn't want to come up, and declare public hearing closed, council deliberation and direction.
I'll move staff's recommendation.
Second.
All right. Motion is second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Motion passes. Next item.
We'll advance up to item 10.2, which is to receive a progress update for the Library and Cultural Arts Center study.
Hi, Alvin.
Hey, Vice Mayor. Let me just
close this and get the exhibit up. I'm going to have our team come up here.
While he's getting ready, does the council want to waive the 10 o'clock rule?
No, I'd like Alvin to be 10 minutes
Terrific.
Good
No,
evening.
we will need to waive the 10
All
o'clock
right.
rule because we got a couple more items. So
Yeah.
I'll make.
I'll second it.
All right, thank you all. All those in favor?
Aye.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Vice Mayor and Council. I'm Alvin Wong, Public Works. I'm here today to introduce our project. The project before you is the Elk Grove Library and Cultural Arts Master Plan. And if I might refresh Council's memory, back in July of 2016, Council approved the Civic Center District Development Plan, which the plan establishes the key program uses for the Civic Center site. Some of those elements included aquatic center, a community and senior center, Veterans Hall, as well as a library and cultural arts center. So today's, and as council probably is aware, many of these program elements are currently under construction. Today's project is to develop the program for the Library and Cultural Arts Center. So with that, we have some experts here that will do the presentation. I'd like to welcome Don Merkus of Group 4 Architecture and Planning, as well as Bill Blake in a moment here with AMS Research, Planning and Research. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Alvin. Good evening, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Pleasure to be here tonight and to give you the update on the facilities master plan for the library and cultural arts facility. Quick agenda overview. We're going to kind of focus in on the library first, and I'll do that part. At that point, when we go to the cultural arts part, I'll hand it over to Bill, and he'll come up and give that update. Coming back to me to just summarize, focusing in on the Civic Center, cultural arts facility, library facility, doing some budgeting update for you. The work plan that we've been working on since late December of last year through this year included facility assessments for the libraries, needs assessment for the libraries and cultural arts facilities, and diving right now into system strategies and conceptual design options for the Civic Center, cultural arts, and library facility. Key component of this has been our project management team, as well as the Sacramento Public Library. And with us tonight is Rivka Sass, Director of the Library, as well as representative from the Friends Group. So really pleased they stay up tonight to support the project, as well as looking at technical meetings with the library has really been an integral part of developing this master plan recommendations. Just kind of putting this into perspective, looking at comparable Sacramento public libraries and how they compare to usage of the Elk Grove libraries. We have the Valley High, North Laguna, and the North Natomas Library, both newer, larger facilities in the county, and looking at having almost twice as many users as well as circulation stats. And really just putting this in perspective, it means that Elk Grove does like libraries, but your facilities limit their use. And some of the other information we'll cover here in just a minute will support that. And so looking at your other neighboring communities kind of outside the county, Roseville, Yolo County, comparable populations, and then looking at the larger Solano County, currently at square foot per capita, they have almost twice the square footage as what you have here in Elk Grove. Just an overview, we're going to do facility assessments on both the Elk Grove Library and the Elk Franklin Library. 13,000 square feet, almost 14,000 square feet at the Elk Grove Library, brought online in 2005. Everyone knows that it was actually built not as a public facility, but as a spec office building. Large percentage of cardholders as we look at that side, that service area for the Elk Grove Library. And even with some of the constraints of the facility and the parking lot, still in the top 5 consistently for the county in terms of circulation numbers. Biggest challenge that we heard from the community, and you can experience yourself if you go there any day after 3 o'clock when it's open, is the constraints in the parking lot. The ingress, the egress, the dead-end parking lot, just the ability to get in and use this facility is very challenging. In addition to that, when you go inside the building, the 2-story facility for a 13,000 square foot building is really operational inefficient for both the library as well as the users, and then just kind of both the lack of adequate collaborative meeting space, which is really an integral part of today's library services. The construction of the building type for commercial space is really not holding up very well at all. For the public library, the building was not even initially designed to carry the load of the stacks, and you can see some failure and having to go in and mitigate issues that are due to the lower construction type for this facility. Looking at the Franklin Library, opened in 2002, is a larger facility, also consistently in the top 5 circulation for the county. As we look at this, what's interesting is much larger population for this service area, but much lower cardholder percentage. And so as we looked at Elk Grove, over 60% of the people in the Elk Grove service area had cards. In the Franklin area, it's much smaller, 25%. And that we think is going to show itself here when we look at mapping and just kind of more of the neighborhood focus of this library. Existing site, pretty good parking, adequate parking seems to be. The real operational challenge for this is that it operates both as a school library as well as a public library. And acoustically and operationally, it's one open room. So you can imagine as a classroom's being conducted in here during school hours, trying to use it as a public library is really a large conflict. Just other images of the inside. Then as another item we use is the customer mapping. This is the Elk Grove Library. So this is done over a week in time. The red dots are all your Elk Grove Library users and where they live. So what you see on this map is a really lovely spectrum of a wide area being served by this library. It's crossing 99, it's going north, it's going south, a really nice draw for this location. When we look at the Franklin mapping, much more focused, much more neighborhood focused, and really serving more of those residents in that limited area. And when we kind of bring in our Valley High, our north neighbor, you can see, again, the larger facility, the better geographical location to north and south and east and west connections in the community allow this facility to have much better accessibility to the community, and something that we would expect to see when the Civic Center Library comes on, just because of that location. And then just composite, really clear that Franklin has much lower service area draw compared to the other 2 facilities. Part of our outreach also engaged the community. 444 participants submitted online input for space uses as well as activities. And then we had 2 outreach events, one at each library, where we had another 125 participants. 569 people gave us input on their top priorities for library spaces. Always lovely to see that books are still in demand for libraries, as well as music and movies. Number top vote getter with children's spaces, technology, quiet study spaces, and kind of a newer space that's being provided in libraries is that outdoor space. When we look at activities, a very nice complement with community events, tying into the theater, cultural arts elements Bill's going to talk about in just a minute, learning, tutoring, quiet reading and studying, entertainment, and group study collaborative spaces. So as we dive into the system strategy recommendations, there was a master plan done in 2007 that was planned for the year 2025, and it did have a total of 5 libraries looking at kind of more of those neighborhood libraries, as we're looking at the mapping and developing an updated recommendation, looking operationally more efficient, streamlining that to fewer facilities, about the same square footage, and doing that in 2 phases, what we're calling an interim phase, where you add the Civic Center, Library, Cultural Arts Facility, gets you about to 0.37, 0.45, and then as your population continues to grow, in the future, adding a new community library, replacing your Elk Grove Library, getting you up to the 0.43, 0.52. And then this is just a mapping, kind of showing that. The new future Civic Center Library in the range of 45,000 to 60,000 square feet. If you add in the theater component, that would bring that facility up to 65 to 90,000 square feet. And still retaining an Elk Grove Library as well as a Franklin Library. As future proposed full implementation, replacing the Elk Grove Library on the east side with the new community library, 25 to 30,000 square feet, and then revisiting Franklin once the Civic Center Library is on and seeing if more appropriate focused library services, supporting the school, alternative library services, pick up and drop off might be an efficient model as well. And then just diving specifically into the Civic Center site plan recommendation, refreshing aquatics, almost open, community senior center, under construction. The location on the master plan, shown here in red, at the very iconic, very prominent corner for the library and the theater. 45,000 square feet is really the base, the core services for what we're calling this full service. You could define it more as a main library, really a destination library for the community, which would include the adult, the children's, the teens, quiet reading spaces, library program spaces, maker space, additional gallery space, as well as library and partner space for programming. And then opportunities to enhance beyond that 45,000 square feet, just depending on the needs of the community, include children's theater, gallery exhibit space, additional space for that, opportunity space for both the library as well as partners, and then really building on additional needs in the community for support for small businesses with potentially a business center or co-working space. And again, this is really all just something to be considering in the future when the library gets closer to being planned and built. And how those shared spaces could work is really a nice complement to both the theater component as well as the library component, being available in conjunction with the library, in conjunction in the theater, or independent access, just how you kind of line those out in those shared common spaces. And with that, I'm going to let Bill cover our arts component.
Thank you, Dawn.
Did you guys plant some money trees out there that I'm not aware of?
We're doing that right after this meeting.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah, we've got the magic seed pods in the back. Thank you, Dawn. Thank you, council members, staff. Great to be with you tonight. Bill Blake with AMS Planning and Research. I'll get through our 86 slides as quickly as possible for you.
You got 3 minutes.
We're consultants in the arts sector, arts and cultural sector. We work a lot with municipal governments, also universities and school districts and nonprofits in arts planning. A lot of it is around facilities. Plans like we're doing here, feasibility studies, but also management and operating plans down the road when they're open. That is our background and our world. We came at this project with some pretty open questions. You see them there on the screen, but really with open questions, nothing preconceived. The feasibility question being, should it even be anything? Are the market conditions right and supportive for this? What are the community's needs? How does a new arts facility complement the bigger goals you have for your city and activating certain parts of it? We always like to look at facilities that exist and the needs that are being met already, so we don't duplicate services, but also what are unmet needs and where are opportunities. That all gets us down to a set of recommendations, if there are to be made, about seating capacity, which is always a big debate when you're looking at theater. Should it be large, medium, or small? We come at that with what does the data tell us? that the needs will be and what will be met and where is the most demand, and I'll give you the answer there in a couple of minutes here. And then, of course, we know you have questions about, it's kind of doing your due diligence. If you built it, who would come, how often would they come, who would run it, and how much would it cost us to run? And we have that, which I will go racing through. We started with understanding the market, and we defined that in two ways, a primary and secondary market. The primary market being the city of Elk Grove. The secondary market being a region that sort of fans out mostly to your south, a little to the east, and a little to the west and a lot to the east. We didn't want to draw the lines too far up into Sacramento. As we get into denser population bases, it can sort of skew the data. But we also look at shopping and where you are a center of gravity, and this to us seemed to be it. I think we cut off at about Florin Road when looking at the demographics. What we found was a really strong market conditions here, especially when it comes to arts and culture. We look for presence of families, a lot of diversity in your population, relatively high incomes and high education levels all point to propensity to participate in and support arts and cultural activity. We really liked what we saw. We benchmarked that against state and regional values, and it looks really good. Probably not a surprise to you all as you think about your market. The other part of looking at the market was trying to document and map similar facilities. What is the market for assembly facilities, cultural facilities, and we looked at a lot of them. We looked beyond the defined market area and did look up into Sacramento, because if you are an arts organization or a group that wants to put on an event, you're probably looking catch as catch can on your facilities. We mapped out many of them. We made some notes here, and what our big finding was is that there are facilities where culture happens in Elk Grove and the surrounding areas. However, a number of those facilities are either flat floor, very multi-purpose kinds of spaces that aren't properly equipped with theater sets, lighting configurations, and sound equipment. The ones that are often controlled, managed, and owned by your school district, churches, places like that, where the availability for your arts organizations is very limited. So if you're a theater company and you want to use the Performing Arts Center at Sheldon High, you've got to get out of there by Monday morning because classes resume and they need the space back. And that can be very constraining on how your arts and cultural scene develops and grows here in Elk Grove. So we found that a lot. And there are some gaps in the inventory, but the major one being the access issue and the quality of space issue. And then locating that in a place that would maximize economic impact for your overall economy in Elk Grove. That's one set of data. We also like to fan out and talk to community leaders and stakeholders. We talked to 19 of them, including most of you on the dais and a few others in the room, to get a sense of what the community, what's behind all the data, what's really going on in Elk Grove, how do people feel about arts and culture, what's the likelihood of supporting investment in that, and what do the people think the needs are. We learned a lot through that process. It gave us a lot about the character of your community, what some of the needs are, what some of the frustrations are about finding facilities, and really a desire to see more arts and culture happen here in Elk Grove so that you don't always feel like you have to leave Elk Grove to attend performances, and you'd like to have more of that kind of activity here. I should also mention at this point, too, we engaged the Arts Commission through this process, both in the interview process and a month or so ago. We presented actually a pretty long presentation to the Arts Commission at one of their meetings with more detail of the deck that you're seeing tonight. At the end of that, they voted unanimously to endorse the recommendations that we're about to get to here. So they've been involved in this and have been certainly briefed and brought up to speed. We talked to stakeholders. We also surveyed arts organizations, particularly performing arts organizations. We partnered with the Metropolitan Arts Commission, so we actually fanned out pretty broad, a lot of Elk Grove response, but also went beyond that to see if there was interest elsewhere in the Sacramento region by other groups to use space here in Elk Grove. We found there was some. We had 24 respondents. Most of them said yes, they needed more and better space, especially if they could have access to it. Most said they would pay the same or more than they pay to use facilities now, especially if it was well-equipped, and they could get in and have a better show, maybe charge a little more at the box office to get in and use that space. What we found through that, we asked them all kinds of questions. What we found is there's most demand for more of a traditional, we call a proscenium-style theater, rather than a flexible black box, another style of theater. That was important for us to get. We ask a lot about the seating capacity question for these users. What's your optimum, your maximum, and your minimum seating range? And then we factor that against how often they would use it. We don't want to build the church for Easter Sunday, even though there's some people that say we need to have 1,400 seats. If they're only going to use it 3 times a year, that might not be the best use of funds and resources to do that. What we found was really clear. There were about 75 uses that we could document at the higher range, from about 700 to 900 seats, and over 300 uses that we could document at the lower range between 300 and 500 seats. Very clear picture. That is where the demand is. That is where the need is. And that really is the cornerstone of our recommendation, which is if you were to combine a theater with this library, it would be a proscenium style, fixed seats in the range of 300 to 500 seats. Now, as you get deeper and deeper into planning, you'll obviously refine that number, but that is, at this level of planning, the range that we're talking about. And something that is theater-specific, that is well-equipped, and that is being managed to that goal of a lot of activity that is kept here in Elk Grove, and real service to these arts organizations so that they can grow and develop, and also give audience members a real sense of occasion, that they're not going to a makeshift space, they're going to a real performance venue right here in your city. Well equipped with all these things. Backstage spaces, all the technology that one would need and expect in a facility like that. Once we've defined what the box is, we also then start thinking about how does this get managed? What goals are we trying to really achieve? And so we asked you. We asked you on the council, we asked the Arts Commission, we asked the staff planning team what they thought, what you thought about different modes of success, different definitions of success. There were 7 of them. We made you rank them from 1 to 7 about what was most important to you. You can read the statements here. Now, of course, all of these statements would be achieved more or less through operating a facility like this. But which way does it need to lean and what is most important? And when you see where there was quite a bit of agreement between everybody were the top 2, being a creative outlet, providing arts exposure for all residents, so a place that really is facing your residents in Elk Grove and invites them to see a lot of different kinds of performance types. Second most important was a place that supports local and local to Elk Grove arts organizations, helping them to exist, helping them to be sustainable, and helping them to grow, and keeping them right here in your city was important to a lot of these stakeholders. Notably, the other box that is circled there is where the council response differed a little bit from others, which was a space that elevates the brand of the city, which might imply programming that would attract others from outside the city to come in and see it. And so that's part of our recommendation as well. That's pretty strong throughout here, that you would have not only, I'll call it homegrown content, but you may also have an amount of touring content that you would bring in from the road. And even in a 500 or even 300 seat theater, that can look like a pretty exciting season of things that could attract and serve families. The photo on the upper left there is a production from the B Street Theater that could potentially tour down easily. There are things like Stunt Dog there in the middle that have great family appeal. Those programs tour around all the time and are certainly affordable to put into a space like this. All kinds of music concerts. And you see this in other cities that have these facilities. Some go more aggressively into this kind of programming where the city is what we call the presenter and buying the content and putting it on stage. Some just do it a little bit. I think where we're heading here is that you do it a little bit. You can throttle that up if you need to fill more dates, or throttle it down if you want to pull back a little bit from year to year. But we thought that was an important part of the operating recommendation for this space. In getting some operating guidance, we also look to case studies. What does this look like? What can we learn from other cities? And how will that help us decide the best operating recommendations? So we looked at 6 of them. I won't go into all of these. They're all well-established theaters. They're run in slightly different ways. All of them have a mix of local content, professional touring content, special event rental. All of these are owned by municipalities. Some are run by nonprofits. Some are run by city departments. Some are run by contractors who come in and do that. Notably, there would be Vacaville just down the road here, which is also built on a library campus, as it so happens. Rancho Cucamonga in Southern California, right above that, was also built in conjunction with a library. That hosts a lot of children's theater down there. It's about 500 seats. So we looked at all these, studied their numbers. Several of them were very forthcoming with numbers, and we always appreciate that as it frames our recommendation. Okay, so what would it look like? What would the activity look like? Quite a bit of youth activity. There were a lot of users that we surveyed that were doing programs for and by young people in your city. Given the demographics we looked at, that's no surprise, and that would be a significant part of the programming mix here. The library itself, working with our friends at the county library system, there would certainly be lots of opportunity for crossover and cross-pollination and collaborative programs. That would be a great opportunity that would be fairly unique here to take advantage of that. Other theater and music events by other community theater groups. A lot of culturally specific organizations. That's one thing we found mostly by talking to people. There are a lot of different ethnic dance companies around, and they're who are always looking for space. The city presented means the shows that the city would go out and produce yourself there, a small amount of that. I think we forecast about 12, thinking 1 a month. I know some of you are asking, what is this going to cost us? And Dawn will come back up and tell you what the capital cost will be. I will tell you the range of the operating cost. You would operate with about a 65% cost recovery, which is common. Your range would be somewhere 50 to 70%. That will vary a bit. In this case, we've built up a pro forma that gives you an overall operating budget of about $875,000. And this assumes, it's important to remember, that the theater is a standalone thing all by itself. There may be some of the yellow pie there on the building operations could be done more efficiently as those costs are blended with the overall civic center costs. So this is in some ways a worst case scenario for you. We always like to be conservative on these things. Your earned revenue will come from ticket sales, ticket fees. So most facilities put a small facility fee on top of a ticket price that they're selling at the box office. A lot of facility rental, something we call chargebacks, which are the services you provide to renters. You offer those at a small net to the bottom line to help you with your overhead, leaving you with about a $300,000 gap that can be filled in a few ways. Part of that could, and most cities do this, there will be fundraising activity that will go against that, sponsorships, grants. Sometimes there are friends of groups or foundations that are formed to help cover that nut. Obviously, the cost reduction or sharing of the operating costs would lower that gap. And then, of course, there's just direct subsidy that goes in to keep these things alive. A lot of cities will think about that in terms of the activity, the additional activity that you're driving into your city and holding some of your disposable income here in town. That's good for your restaurants. It could be good for your tax base here, too. If you're keeping those, giving people a reason to go out of their house and have an evening out without having to leave the city, we tend to like that. And that's another way of looking at how that gap gets filled in the way of being a loss leader for other economic activity you have going on here. The point is we want to see a lot of activity at this space. We think sizing at this size is right size for the maximum amount of activity. You're going to support your local arts organizations. The market conditions are quite strong in terms of audience support, donor support here. The needs to us were pretty clear that this was where this needed to land. And we did find in the kind of talking to community leaders that there's a lot of interest in seeing more arts and culture happen here, getting more kids and families involved in that as well. That's my 86 slides in more than 3 minutes, I'm sorry to say, but I'll hand it back to Don.
Well, First of all, thank you both. I want to ask, is there any questions from the council? None? Okay, I have a question. I'm not sure whether it's Bill or Dawn. So going back to the library, I just have a question. You know, if recognizing, you know, there's greater demand and all as population grows, and you already highlighted the deficiencies in the existing facilities. My question is, we build a nice new library, the shiny new thing. Everybody goes to that. Do they even go to those other ones anymore? Do we start to cannibalize what we already have?
So does it cannibalize what you already have? I would say that what you already have is so challenged that they need to be cannibalized.
Okay.
So like the Franklin use, I mean, you can just look at that mapping study that we did, and it's really not serving the service area. It's got limited draw, and for that 22,000 square feet that you're investing in, you're just not getting maximum potential, meeting the needs of that community. And so as the Civic Center Library comes on board, absolutely looking at taking the resources that are currently in Franklin and repurposing them at the new library and maybe adjusting to more focused services at Franklin. And I think the school is in demand of that space as well. So that's not something that's going to go unused as a resource. And then the Elk Grove Library, just so challenging to get to it and use it that the constraints I talked about are limiting that use. So in the future, maybe 10, 15 years after the Civic Center Library comes on board, looking at replacing that with a larger facility that then balances the need for the size of your population. And that's what that phase strategy is suggesting.
I see. Okay, thank you. And I know you're going to talk capital. I have a capital question too, so let's forward to hearing that.
Well, Bill gets the less operational cost budgets, and I get the very staggering capital cost budgets. But on the operations for the library, I will say the county library would do the operational costs. So that is covered for the library. So just taking the small and the large options, the range that we have both for library and theater, and putting those in a cost model template, looking at total hard costs of $56 million on the small side, $76 million on the large side, and then adding soft cost, as well as project contingency, no escalation. This is in 2018 dollars. That projects to an $82 million to $113 million. Libraries and theaters are probably some of your most expensive construction type in lieu of like hospitals or police facilities. So they're really up there in terms of capital cost. But this is just to kind of give you a sense of what the Civic Center site library could cost. And there is a lot of projects right now are going forward very much in this range for much smaller communities. So that is the good news. There is precedence for funding projects like this.
Why does the soft cost seem so high to me?
So the soft cost is just a percentage, and
Right.
it's looking at, as we look at construction, it's probably all your permits, your fees, contingencies are in there too. So again, it's just a template, and it can be definitely tweaked specifically. It's not all architectural fees, I'll guarantee you
Okay,
that.
I was
Those
gonna say
run
it's-
about 11% of construction.
Right, that's why
right?
I'm seeing over
And so
40%.
it's
here.
construction management, it's
Okay.
just, they're just all placeholders right now, permits, developer impact fees. We don't have the specifics for the city plugged in here, and that's something maybe through this next phase we can help refine with Bob's help and Alvin's help to have it be more specific to what you're used to seeing for Elk Grove.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And then just extrapolating that to the system strategies. This is the one I just summarized for the Civic Center, which is we're calling the interim phase or the more near phase, and then looking at full implementation. We've added the community branch library in that range of 25 to 30,000 and created a comparable cost model for that, which translates to 33 to 38 million. And so that is, we conclude our presentation and happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Don or Bill? Councilman Detrick?
You guys did a great job. You know, I know we've worked with you guys on and off over the last few years, and you guys do a phenomenal job. I look forward to hearing some of the comments, but as I mentioned before, kind of kidding around, did you guys find some money trees. You know, we're spread so thin, it's unbelievable. But anyway,
Yeah.
thank you for all you're doing.
Don, I do one last question. So capital costs, earlier you showed a bunch of different Bill that showed a bunch of different theaters. I was just wondering, do you know how they paid for their facilities?
Yes, I do know a few, actually. So we're doing right now a library and a theater for the city of Yorba Linda, and that's a library district. And so they actually have their own revenue coming in, and Rivka was just talking about kind of her dream of possibly going in that direction at some point. But a good example, I think, for comparable communities of much smaller size doing funding for community facilities is South San Francisco. Actually, where we are based, they passed a sales tax, and they're currently rebuilding a civic campus, which includes a library, a recreation center. Part of that is a black box theater, a new police facility, as well as a new fire station. So a whole new kind of civic campus coming in there, funding from their sales tax for a population 58,000, I think, is South City, is looking about 180 million.
Is that off El Camino?
It is Elk, the existing city hall complex, the MSB they call it, is El Camino. This is going to be over the BART Tunnel on the old PUC property.
Okay.
It was kind of this undeveloped portion that the city has been kind of saving for this opportunity. And 2 years ago, they passed that measure. Burlingame is building a new facility, and they've also passed a sales tax measure. There are 2 other cities we're working with right now that are looking at general obligation bonds.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, if there's no other questions, I'm going to go open up for public comment and invite Jeff Rubin, followed by Paul Lindsay. You want to come together? Okay.
We thought we would dance.
All right. Hi, Rivka. Yes, our executive officer for the Library Authority. And Mr. Lindsay. Okay, you guys all come up at once. All right.
We are coming up at once, and I'm going to turn it over to them.
Good
I just
evening.
really want to thank Group 4 and CJ and the city. It's been a really interesting process for us, and you know us. We'll say yes to everything. If Bob's Bar wants a joint facility with Sacramento Public Library, we're in. So, but seriously, I heard a lot of talk tonight about being a national model and being, Elk Grove is on the cusp of this. It is a great city already, but of moving into the next phase. And it's possible that a library can help you really get to the next phase. You want to be known as a community that supports literacy and education and all the learnings. And I love the idea of the theater, and we're all in if it comes to helping with managing that as well. So I just wanted to say that. I'll turn it over to my friends with a capital F.
Okay.
I don't know about
Hi,
being
Paul.
introduced with a capital F. 2 personal comments before I begin. Sitting here for 4.5 hours reminds me of why I retired from the Planning Commission. And I would strongly urge the first opening act for the new cultural center to be Dropkick Murphys. So I'm talking tonight and speaking on behalf of the Friends of the Elk Grove Libraries, both the Elk Grove Library and the Franklin Library. We'd like to take this opportunity to express our thanks to staff, Group 4, and AMS for their exceptional work on the Library and Cultural Arts Center study. Feel the process was very inclusive and reflected a solid working relationship between the city, the Sacramento Public Library, and other stakeholders. One comment I'd like to make is the report clearly makes the case that the city is underserved in terms of library operations and range of services when we compare it to similar cities. The need exists now and will continue to exist in the future. American Library Association has said that libraries of the present and of the future will advance innovation, lifelong learning, and cultural and civic engagement. I'd go even further. My own personal belief is that libraries are where dreams are born. Recently, the city took steps to look for bold, innovative ways to enhance services and amenities available to its citizens. We, the Friends, feel that the combination of a library complex with a cultural center is just such a bold, innovative approach to providing some of those much-needed services and amenities. The synergistic opportunities, and I know that's a 50-cent word, but you've heard it before tonight, that can come forward from this pairing will provide numerous outlets for all of our citizens. Now, we realize this is a long-term goal. We feel, however, that this plan gives us some structure, some backbone for future enhancements in the Civic Center area. It's a good start and something for all of us to use as our blueprint. We believe in this dream. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Hi, Jeff.
Good evening. Just very quickly, I'm Jeff Rubin, I'm president of the Friends here in Elk Grove. We really do appreciate the council's work in looking at public library capability and capacity here in Elk Grove. We know you support the breadth of learning services, programs, databases, and collections that the Sacramento Public Library System provides to all of us here. I just want to very quickly tell you about one new program that's here in Elk Grove. Many people think of libraries solely regarding children and children's literacy, which is obviously critically important. But libraries are one of those community services, public services that really serve everybody from the youngest to the oldest. And one of the things we've done here in Elk Grove with the library and with the Renaissance Society out of Sac State is we've launched a joint program to bring adult learning to Elk Grove and South County through the Franklin Library, and we'll be continuing that next semester. In spring semester, we had over 300 adults coming to 12 different programs, mini seminars that were held at the library. And this really brings the expertise of Sac State and the Renaissance Society out into the South County and to us here in Elk Grove, and provides excellent adult education programs. And we had a lot of good feedback on it, and it's not just the people that show up at the programs, it's not just the people we know are library supporters. We have an opportunity now, we got this word from the library, that a longtime supporter, a quiet supporter of the library system, has left $433,000 to the Elk Grove Library. Now, to me, that's a chunk of change. It will not buy a $45 million building. I'm not going to say it will. But the point is they'll buy a great children's room or an adult technology center, something that will help bring Elk Grove forward because it's got a library system and a cultural arts center that really is for a city of the future. Again, we thank you for your work on this. We look forward to further interaction with you, and we hope to finalize the master plan program and then carry that forward in future years. Thank you so much.
Thank you, all of you, for all your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I'm going to close public comment and council deliberation and direction.
Well, it's a receive and file.
Well, I've got direction on here.
Plant money trees.
Yeah.
Water.
I mean, do you want to say anything? I would just say, I think, if I could speak for all of us, I think everybody agrees on the value of these facilities. You know, whether it's literacy or a sense of place for community, theater, obviously, we've been talking about, you know, the arts. Earlier, the Arts Commission was here, and we were complimenting Nan Man on her Lullaby Broadway show, and so we're very excited to support the performing arts as well through a theater. But everybody's joking, but they're serious. I mean, you know, the city right now, we don't have hundreds of millions of dollars, so I would. Yeah, I mean, go ahead, Councilman Detrick. You want to chime in?
So I just wanted to point out, the reason I asked you about the facility in South San Francisco, I don't know if you know the background on that existing building.
I do.
It was a
department store.
It was a department, it was a UFC. I grew up in South San Francisco.
And
And it
I've
was a-
been in South City for 40 years, 35 years now.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, that's where our office is based.
Okay, so I mean, maybe there's another opportunity of repurposing some buildings here in Elk Grove that, you know, take a commercial spot. Obviously, we don't want to get a two-story building that we're going to have everything upstairs. That doesn't work. But, you know, when you sometimes if you can get a deal on a building that is being underutilized, and if somebody has a little bit of a philanthropic side to them, there's always that possibility that you get a sweetheart deal. So I think that's something that we need to look at as well.
Okay. Thank you. Councilman Yu.
Yeah, I'll just say, I mean, I appreciate the work that's been done, specifically with respect to sort of right-sizing the scope of it. You know, I think we have a pretty lofty goal here and a dream to set out in front of us, but you know, as I think was mentioned, we've got quite a few balls in the air right now with some civic amenities that are coming forward, and so, you know, I think we've got a time where we have to sort of sit back and finish what we have going before we undertake something else. But I do want to let Paul know that at the end of next month, Dropkick Murphys will be in town with Flogging Molly. Okay.
So, I mean, I appreciate, Councilman District, your sentiment. I think we always have to look for creative ways. I got to say, I'm a little bit excited about having this facility, you know, a new facility where the Civic Center would be, if we had the funds. But I do want to ask staff a question, because I think Alvin, we were talking the other day about is there a kind of a cap off to this if we wanted to, would this be it? I mean, kind of shelve it and wait till we're able to get some funds, or?
Yeah, I think you could shelve it. This is sort of the next step from the district development plan. Mm-hmm. So basically now we've identified a program through this process, and we identified a preliminary cost model or budget. So it certainly could be shelved. I think the longer you shelve it, you probably want to revisit it before, before moving forward.
Right.
But definitely, we have this piece of information we didn't have 6 months ago.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Alvin, with the, you and I talked in the briefing, so the Laguna Ridge District, if we tapped 100% of that fund, or is there anything left to help with this?
I'm probably going to defer to Brad and Jason for that. The funding for the Laguna Ridge.
There likely will be some additional funds in future issuances down the road. We have our nature area that's kind of next on the list, and then this would be the next priority, but there's certainly not enough to build this. It could be a contributing factor, but it's not going to be anywhere near what we would need.
You know, if we could bridge multiple funds together to put something together too, would be something to, trying to look at options, keep all the options open.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you, Alvin. So I think with that, we're as much as we'd like to do more with it, I think we're going to have to put it aside for now.
And one of the items was mentioned that other jurisdictions, and I know we've looked at it, of possible partial sales tax increase. So those are all, depends what the residents want.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we've start that conversation again another time. Okay. I think that's it. Thank you. Appreciate everybody's work on this. It's really good report. Thank you. Next item.
Take us to item 10.3, which is to consider resolution authorizing execution of a memorandum of understanding with the Capital Southeast Connector Joint Powers Authority for the acquisition of right-of-way and the transfer of construction funding for segment B2 and associated budget and CIP actions.
All right. Hi, Kevin.
Hey. As you can see, this is 4 slides. Okay. Good evening, Vice Mayor and Council Member. Kevin Busey, Capital Program Manager. This is item 10.3, MOU with the Southeast Connector on segment B2, which is Grant Line Road from Waterman to Bradshaw. In 2015, we entered into an MOU. The MOU essentially swapped funds between the city and the JPA. The JPA took on the blue piece that you see here. It's a reconstruction of the intersection of Bradshaw and Grant Line, along with signalization. And then the city's project was widening Grant Line Road from Waterman to Mosher and adding a signal at Grant Line Road. And then this 2018 MOU is slightly different. We received about $7 million in SB1 funding. And to use that funding, we kind of had to combine our efforts. So the two projects are getting combined, and the city was going to be the lead on this MOU. The difference between the two projects is really that we're going to do some additional widening on Grant Line Road between Mosher and Bradshaw Road. The anticipated construction for that is in the summer of 2020. So here's the total budget. We're adding $7 million SB1 funding. We're getting $3.8 million back that we had given to the JPA. We're also adding another $3.3 million roadway fee. So it's about 50% federal and state and 50% local. There's the breakdown there. Important thing to note is if SB1 is repealed, that $7 million will likely go away. With that, I'm available for any questions you might have.
All right, thank you, Kevin. Any questions? Nope.
No questions, but I'm happy to report that this item will be on the JPA agenda on Friday, as well as the contract for demolition of the house at the corner of Bradshaw and Grant Line. So that will be the actual first construction work done for the connector.
That's great.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
So with that, I'll open public comment. I don't see any speakers signed up, and I'll close public comment.
I'll move staff's recommendation to adopt MOU.
All right, motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed, abstained, motion passes. Next item.
Take us item 10.4 to receive a report on the status of the general plan update and next steps.
In the interest of time, council, I'm going to jump straight to the draft schedule so as you can see what we're planning on doing and just get some confirmation from you. What we're planning on doing is a series of workshops with the Planning Commission to go through the draft materials that were released at the end of July. The public is now reviewing. You can see the schedules out here. It would start on September 6th with a couple pieces of the general plan document itself. The schedule we've drafted does not contemplate any additional joint study sessions between yourselves and the Planning Commission, and just want to confirm that approach with you before we finalize this schedule. Obviously, all dates are subject to change, and the priority for Planning Commission would be any pending development projects. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Yeah, I got a question. You and I talked about the Deer Creek area. Would there be the feasibility of adding the language in there for an activity?
Yes, what we'll do when we get to the land use related topics, which would be in workshop 3 with the Planning Commission, October 4, we can highlight that piece and potentially include those changes there.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Can I ask what the thinking was of why not to do any more joint?
We're just looking at where we are in the calendar and keeping the momentum going of having the public involved and engaging on it. Just knowing we're starting to get into the fall, and that gets into the holiday season pretty quickly if you're not careful. So our thought was Planning Commission historically has spent a lot of detailed time with projects like this, the zoning code being a great example. Letting them work through that, given the confines or given the prior direction council's given on many of the policy topics, we would just use those as sort of bookends to go through that review. If something percolated where we felt it was a substantial change from council direction, we'd certainly highlight that for you and bring it back for discussion.
Okay.
Okay. Any more questions? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. I want to go ahead and open for public comment. I don't see anybody signed up to speak. Close public comment. Council deliberation and direction. It's a receive and file. So I'm going to move to the next item.
Mr. Vice Mayor, given the hour, I would suggest that we move or continue item 10.5 to the next regular meeting.
Okay. I would have a motion on the table. Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Next item.
That'll take us to item 10.6, to consider a resolution establishing the Startup Elk Grove Incentive Program and authorizing the city manager to take all actions necessary to implement and administer the program.
Yep, got it here.
Daryl, while you're getting that ready, there was some questions earlier about just the results of the things that are our incentive programs. When are you going to give your yearly report?
October.
Okay, thanks.
That's what we're targeting. So we can come back with information on past incentives for you. In the interest of time, I'm going to try to do this in less than, say, 45 minutes. So we'll see how that goes.
You said less than 4 to 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah, that is what I said, Councilman.
I thought it was 45 seconds.
4 to 5 minutes. Good evening, Mr. Vice Mayor and members of the council. I'm Darrell Doan. I'm the city's Economic Development Director. The recommended action before you tonight is to adopt a resolution establishing what we're calling the Startup Elk Grove Incentive Program. You know what? Let me make this big. We'll try that again. So the Startup Elk Grove is a new economic development program that provides targeted loans and non-monetary assistance to attract and assist startup companies, facilitate the development of startup facilities, which are physical spaces where startups work, and to foster the emergence of an innovation ecosystem in Elk Grove. The program will invest funds and non-monetary assistance and support 3 different business categories. One is launching companies. These are early-stage entrepreneurs and newly established startups. Scale-up companies, which are established but still growing startups, and physical spaces, which are the places where these companies will operate if we are successful. So what is a startup? A startup is an early-stage company. It is private. It is for-profit. It is an entrepreneurial venture that is formed as a business entity with the goal of rapid growth, spurred by the validation, development, and commercialization of an innovative product, service, or platform. The goal of these companies is, as stated, rapid growth, a clear exit, which is often through an IPO or an acquisition by a larger competitor. They are different than traditional small businesses because of the purpose of being established for that rapid growth. These are what we think of as tech companies. The verticals that we are targeting with this program are this is not the entire list, but hardware, software as a service, mobile and apps, e-commerce, artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality, robotics, all of the techs. You can put tech after anything and it makes it a tech company. Internet of Things, blockchain, big data, and many other categories. So these are startup tech companies, the kinds of things you think of happening in the Bay Area through rounds of venture capital and founders in garages. That's what we're talking about here. In 2017, the council identified a strategic imperative to identify incentives for local innovation and entrepreneurship and to specifically target startup and scale-up candidates in Elk Grove. So we are following your direction from your 2017 goals and imperatives. Startups are small businesses and we support them. That's why we want to do this program. Today's startups can be tomorrow's corporate anchors, and that's the goal of this program. We want to identify high growth potential companies that will grow exponentially and become a major corporate anchor in less than 10 years, which is the typical startup path and goal. And those companies, because of our investment, we think they will buy into our brand and they will develop loyalty with us and they will stay here. And there's a lot of evidence in the startup universe that is what we should expect to happen. Startups already want to be in Sacramento, so we need to stand out. We need to be competitive with our friends throughout the region. Only one other city has a program similar to ours, and that's the city of Sacramento. We didn't model it after that, but they are similar. Startups grow fast and stay put, and that's what we want. A recent report stated that those places that fail to boldly and immediately invest in startup ecosystems and thus fail to produce startups will experience economic stagnation. I like to say that economies that don't innovate will stagnate, and we're seeing that more and more in the nation. This is our small business platform. We have a 10-point platform that we follow. I'm not going to go through every piece. We're going to add an 11th, and that's to support tech and startup. There's a whole bunch of reasons why startups should choose Elk Grove. I'm not going to go through all of these, but we are, I think a lot of people think that startups are not looking to be in suburban locations, but startups are usually in suburban locations. If you look at where Netflix is, and Google is, and Cisco, and Hewlett-Packard, well, actually they're in San Jose, but if you look at a lot of these blue chip tech companies that were former startups, they were two guys, and unfortunately often guys, two guys in a garage that moved once early in their lifespan, because of some capital commitment that took them to a place, and they've stayed there and grown there, and now they anchor those economies. Cupertino, Mountain View, all of these are good examples. The picture on the right, I think, says it all. And so this is different than a traditional economic incentive, right? Normally, we invest in companies that are already big. This is about investing in companies that we think have a high probability of becoming big, and I want to be completely transparent about that. We will look to give grants to companies that are very small, have a very small employment footprint right now. The hope is that we pick right and are judicious and do all due diligence to pick companies, and some will not work out, but we hope that many will, and they will become large companies eventually. Here's 3 examples of former startups that are now anchoring suburban environments: Los Altos, Menlo Park, and Los Gatos, Apple, Google, and Netflix. The smallest of those employs 5,400 people. We'd take the smallest. This is, I'm going to skip some slides here. We do have a small, growing tech cluster. AllData is a company that was a startup. They were founded here in 1986. They've been here for 32 years. They're still headquartered here, even though they were acquired by AutoZone, which is out of Nashville. They're a Fortune 500 company, but they remain here. They employ over 300 people, and they're in 70,000 square feet. Apple's been here for 26 years. They're in 766,000 square feet. And by my estimate, although we never really know with Apple, they're at about 5,500 employees. We have 2 tech startups that have come out of Intergrove. You remember Intergrove, Yellow Circle and Sensor Transport. And so we have a small, nascent tech cluster that we hope to grow on. We also have ecosystem assets through California North State, Cosumnes River College. Elk Grove Unified School District has a great pathways program that has a tech focus. We have Intergrove, which is working out well for us. And some of these other companies. So there are 3 components of Startup Elk Grove. One is launch. This component will provide one-time grants of up to $10,000 for entrepreneurs with great concepts but have not yet probably started a company. We want to take these entrepreneurs and get them out of the garage and into our co-working spaces, and we want to give them some financial support so they can develop their product. It's a product, process, platform. You know, it's not always. I don't know what the heck that is on the right there. It looks like some bionic jetpack. It's pretty cool looking, though. So scale up. I think this is where we're going to hit our sweet spot. These are companies that are already established. They have a validated, scalable product that somebody much smarter than me has already invested in through venture capital or seed capital or angel capital, and we will piggyback onto that to get them here. And by giving them those funds, they'll be required to come to Elk Grove, set up their headquarters, and operate here. Spaces, this is a really key component of this. We don't have a lot of great office space, and we certainly don't have any cool tech space, frankly. So we need to be facilitating those types of spaces so that if we attract these companies, they have someplace they want to be. So there's 3 spaces that we will focus on. One is co-working, and that's what Intergrove is. One is an incubator, which is just sort of co-working with a program you take a company through, and they graduate, and now they're a better company. And then there's accelerators, which is very exclusive. Only the best startups go into that. And when they get out of an accelerator, the people who are running the accelerator are typically venture capitalists, and they invest in the companies at that time. So it's launch, scale up, and spaces. We think that's kind of the symbiotic ecosystem that'll work for us. Investment process and terms, we're going to do this application by invitation or referral only. We don't want everybody who thinks they've got the next great idea. We want people we know have great ideas. They'll provide a proposal, business plan, a pitch video, other things that we will require. We'll review it internally. Then we'll take it through an external review, in many cases by industry experts. Many of the people that have vetted this program with us are on board to help us review these programs. They have no vested stake in this other than to see an innovation ecosystem in Elk Grove and the region grow. And that's why they want to help us. The funding determination will be made by the city manager at my recommendation for amounts under $50,000. For amounts over $50,000, the city manager will make a recommendation to the council, and the council will approve it. We think it's about a 30 to 120-day process. We have to be quick and nimble with this. The minimum residency in Elk Grove is 3 years. We've been told, you know, obviously any less than that, it's not meaningful. Any more than that, and these companies are going to start to see that as a string. It's a very competitive environment for where these companies go for funding. We will always endeavor to get them here as long as we can. They'll provide regular reporting and progress updates. The incentives would be structured as loans that convert to grants. So told you the recommendation before. How are we going to fund this? We have existing monies in our 2 economic incentive funds that total about $1.4 million. I told you Sacramento is doing this. They have a $14 million economic development fund. They carve off about $1.5 million a year just for startups. I think that we can do 5 to 6 of these grants, 1 space, maybe 4 scale-ups and 2 launches in the next 6 to 12 months. I think that would be a definition of success. I think that'll run us about $800,000. We have the money on hand. This is not any new funds coming from the general fund or anywhere else. If we are wildly successful, I would love to be back here talking to you about how we have a funding program and we need to find a way to solve that. Before I wrap up, I just want to point out there's a number of people I want to thank for their hard work on this. This has taken about 12 months to build, but Luis Aguilar is our economic development specialist. He's done all the heavy lifting on this and the research. John Kruger from Greater Sacramento, they helped us with the initial concept and some of the initial research. And then behind me, I have Steve Barnett and Kevin Spees, who were the 2 guys that really found it and helped us launch Intergrove. They've been great supporters of what we're trying to do, and I will stop there and ask if you have any questions.
All right, thanks, Darrell. Any questions?
No, it's a great idea.
Yeah, I like it too. I got a couple questions.
Sure.
Surprised. Inquisitive mind, I am. So the range, I mean, we're going to do what we can afford, but I'm just curious, is the range of monies, is this in the ballpark of what a lot of people do? You mentioned Sacramento, but so what, it's pretty.
Yeah, I mean, Sacramento recently gave one of their well-publicized grants to a company called Highlands Power that GSEC was influential in bringing into the region. That was $100,000.
Okay.
So what's great about this money is it's what's called non-recourse, meaning a typical venture capitalist puts money on the table, but they take a stake, usually an accelerated stake in the company, and then they take a board seat. So it may not seem like a lot of money when you're talking about a $20 million venture round A,
Yeah.
but it's much more meaningful than the value because we don't take any control in the company.
Okay, and that's what I was getting at. Is it really going to have value, or people are going to
Yeah.
kind of shake it off? So that's good
Just
to
by
know.
shopping this program and vetting it through peers in the industry, referrals are already starting to come to us. There are 4 companies right now who want to apply yesterday.
Oh, that's great. That's
So
really great to
It's
hear.
already looking very positive.
Okay, and then this kind of answers it, but I'm like talking about the marketing, because it's all great. Our community is great. You listed a whole bunch of things here, but how are we going to make sure they know the college student that's in Stanford or in the dorms or whatever in Harvard? How are they going to know this is here in Elk
Because
Grove?
GSEC will take this to the Bay Area for us. They're on board to do that.
Okay.
And they have a dedicated staff person there who only does this, and she's fantastic.
Okay.
And then the innovation ecosystem in the Sacramento region is already out there marketing this. Honestly, I don't think we'll have to lift a finger to market this. If we
Okay.
need to, we will. But like I said, the referrals are already coming to us. We have venture capital, angel capital, seed capital, banking establishments that all want to play in this space. And to a man, they're all very excited that we're doing this, and they want to help us find the companies.
Okay.
Because like I said, we're only the second government in the region who's doing this kind of thing.
Yeah, no, and but if nobody knows about it, was this good? It sounds like we got a good marketing program.
Lynn
for
Wheat
it.
mentioned earlier in reading from one of our reports that we are about to launch a comprehensive economic development brand that we've been building called Invest Elk Grove. Logo, tagline, website, materials, this will be a prominent piece of that.
Okay. Well, thank you for your work on this. Joe.
Sure.
Appreciate it. All right. If there's no other questions, I'm going to go ahead and open it up for public comment. And the first speaker I have is John Kruger from GSAC. Thanks for coming down here and staying this late.
I don't know why they did.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, City Council members, Elk Grove. John Kruger, Executive Vice President, Greater Sacramento Economic Council. Thrilled to still be here tonight to speak about it. It's a great program. When we see really fantastic programs like that, you've got a great team here in Elk Grove. I've been told Rachel Brown's department is really awesome. Daryl works for her, I think. Maybe it's vice versa, I don't know. But I will say there are relatively few economic development groups within the 6-county region that are really looking at what are the newest, best things that a community in California can do to attract businesses. As Daryl mentioned, this is only the second in the entire region. This will be something that we can help market. We've been really excited about it. Barry and Daryl have talked about this. Broom, President and CEO of Greater Sacramento Economic Council. So, we'll be there to support the program, really get the word out. But this is a larger part of what the region is trying to do to create an ecosystem in innovation, and as well as trying to create additional support for existing infrastructure and communities. Businesses that are already here in the community. So, excited to see a great program, great team. And we're here to do anything we possibly can to help oversubscribe the program and bring jobs and companies to Elk Grove.
Yeah.
So thank you I'm happy to entertain any questions, but really here in support of a great team and a great program.
Thanks, John. Any questions for John?
No, just thank you, John.
Okay. So when you go out, just for example, when you go to Bay Area, you market it. I mean, it's only Sacramento and Elk Grove that has this program right now?
Correct.
Right. So what do you say when you go out there?
Through a series of different outreach programs like the Extend Your Runway, which is a marketing campaign we did earlier last year, outreach programs that we'll do to individual incubators, accelerator programs. We'll talk to companies that are startup. We also tell brokers, site selection consultants, accounting firms that are in the Bay Area, if you're working with these types of companies, and they're at this from startup to now kind of scale up position, we have communities that are interested in giving what are loans that are become forgivable loan programs or grant programs, $50,000 to $100,000 if you're willing to create jobs in the greater Sacramento region. That immediately perks their interest, and if they're in the position where they can take these kinds of loans, and that really is trying to get them to the next scale up, then we have the secondary conversation with them.
And you put both, you say, here's Sacramento, here's Elk Grove,
Yeah.
take your pick?
Exactly right. Yeah,
Okay.
they come in and they say, great, you mentioned that. Sometimes they say, hey, I'm overcapitalized and I need this. I need a university partner. Or I need this and a sales partner. I need business development. And when we do all of those things as well. And most of the time, a company is going to say, all right, let me talk to the two companies and see if I can find the space, which is why Daryl's done the right thing in combining this not only with a funding grant program, but also a spaces creation program. One of our initial critical issues in Sacramento as a region as a whole was putting companies into what I call transitionary spaces. These startup companies, when they see 120 days to turn the Bureau of Indian Affairs former office space that's got carpet tile and hanging infrastructure from the ceiling into a cool technology space where they're going to go hire 40 and 50 people. And I'm going to tell them it's going to take them 180 days to go get all of their permits, do the construction, get the tenant improvement done, and then they're like, I'm done. I don't even want to talk. I can't afford to. I don't even know what I'm going to do in 180 days. If I don't have space right now for my new employees, I can't go. So coupling this with a spaces program to create the places for them to come in that 3, 4, 5, 10, 15 people before they become 20, 30, 100, 200, 300. That's what you need to do. So it's the right approach to not just take a grant program, but take grants and spaces and launch.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you bet, of course. Congratulations.
Thank you. All right. Next speaker, Steve Barnett.
I'm ready to make a motion. Don't talk me out of it.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this. I don't know. Thank you very much. I'll be quick. I run 2 tech businesses here in town. One is Barnett Technical Services, where we work in the chemical and material sciences field, and then I also manage Intergrove. Daryl's correct that it is a competitive landscape for startups, and the Bay Area is always going to be the epicenter for startups, but people are kind of getting sick of being located in the Bay Area. It's tough. For any of you who do go down there, it's gotten busy, it's gotten expensive, it's gotten crowded. Just last week, I was at a geochemistry conference, and there's a company down in Fremont. I ran to the CEO. They've got about 15 employees, and we were talking, and he said, tell me about Elk Grove. He said, our lease is up next year, and we're sick of, you know, our lease rate is going up 40%. And I'm sick of hiring people at very high salaries and they still can't afford to buy a house. And everyone's having to commute longer and longer times. And so we had a nice discussion about Elk Grove, and eventually I connected them up with Darrell's team. So, and that's just one example of just a chance meeting. And so the whole idea of will people be interested? Yes, because people are definitely, especially in the Bay Area, are entertaining the options of how else can they build their business and how can they build it more economically and still live in a really nice place. I'll also throw out one aspect, which is jobs for our youth, from the standpoint that I do a lot of mentoring of high school and college students in the tech and engineering fields. And I always ask them, how many of you are interested in working in startups? And typically it's about 80%. I mean, it's something interesting. Whether it's right for them or not is another question, but it's something that is appealing to the youth of today. And so it's also an opportunity to keep the Elk Grove youth in town and working in town in a job that is of interest to them and that's appealing to them. So, I mean, this is a great plan. This is the kind of plan that would be of great value for Elk Grove and diversifying and growing our startup economy. And as I said, it's a prime time to be doing this sort of thing, given the challenges of starting and running a business especially in the Bay Area right now. So, okay, great, thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, Kevin Spees. See you, Kevin.
I'll save you my detailed 25-point plan. I know you don't want to hear it. Okay. Good evening, Vice Mayor and City Council. My name is Kevin Spees. I'm an Elk Grove resident and owner of two businesses here in Elk Grove. One of these businesses being ISSE Services, a tech-based company focused on cybersecurity of Department of Defense weapon systems. Additionally, I'm a supporter of both Intergrove and Yellow Circle. I'm here tonight to voice my support for this item. For the health of our local economy, I firmly believe that diversification of our commercial and industrial base is a necessary endeavor. The strategy to diversify cannot rely solely on attraction of companies from outside of Elk Grove. In addition, we need to support other approaches, and one such approach is what's proposed tonight in this item. Now, I get out and about Elk Grove on a fairly regular basis, and barely a day goes by that I don't meet someone who has a new viable business idea. So now I'll be honest, I also hear some pretty wobbly ideas. As any business owner will tell you, more businesses die than live. That's just the way it goes. But what Startup Elk Grove Incentive Program will do is very important. It provides the opportunity to invest in our residents, in our taxpayers, the parents who send their kids to our schools, the shoppers who buy in Elk Grove, the people who eat in our restaurants. So without a doubt, we should certainly look beyond city limits for big companies that want to move to Elk Grove. But as proposed, Startup Elk Grove gives a leg up for the most important group of people, our residents. I encourage you to support this item, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
All right, any questions for Kevin? No?
All right.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Okay, that was the last speaker. I'll close public comment and council deliberation and direction.
It's a great concept, and I move staff's recommendation.
Third. All right, motion, second by Councilmember Wynn, and I'm gonna give her one. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstaining, motion passes. And with that, we're continued 10.7, so meeting's adjourned. Thanks, everybody.